Wait, you're not?
Oh, no,
Okay. All right. So this should have started sooner. Didn't around. Well, after one, I'm gonna take a break. Then Benny is gonna just take over the reading from there. But we're both gonna read, and I figure we can just operate on like a tag in, tag out basis. All right, I'm gonna start. Oh. The Destiny Report: Retaliation, Negligence, and Sexual Misconduct. How Stephen Bonnell II abuses his platform. Oh yeah, one more note. No way in fuck I'm gonna be doing. But the close 2 days. Cool. Oh, but teeny tiny echo on you.
You mean like you're hearing yourself?
Yeah, a little tiny bit.
Okay. How about now?
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Introduction. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II, aka Destiny, is a 34-year-old political streamer and was an early pioneer of professional live streaming as it exists today. He aims to stream 10 hours per day, 7 days a week. Thousands of viewers congregate for the duration of every stream. His YouTube channel currently sits at 641,000 subscribers and averages over 10 million views per month. Jesus. He's not public about his income, but I'll disclose that I earned around $3,500 a month on YouTube with close to 40,000 subscribers and a fraction of Destiny's audience engagement level. That seems high. As with others,
3,500.
3,500 a month for 40,000 subscribers? Yeah. Destiny's loaded. As with other streamers, Destiny's additional revenue streams include merchandise, sponsorship deals, and donations, usually in the form of chat donations on his personal website or super chats on YouTube. Audience members can pay to have Destiny react to their chat messages in real time. The more they pay, the more likely he is to react. Because of the accessibility of creators and the sheer volume of content, live streaming is an addictive medium. Thought that was already muted. But plainly, Destiny's most dedicated fans watch him for several hours a day and give him hundreds of dollars each month. According to a 2019 demographic study of 1,400 Destiny fans conducted by a community member, 6% are 14 to 17, and 75% are 25 or older. 93% are male, 73% are white. This link in archive. Is this something we're going to see a lot? Oh. Oh. The source.
Yeah, source for
Source for what he just said. That's really cool how he built it right into there.
I thought he wasn't gonna do sources.
Oh no, he said everything would be sourced. I thought.
Oh, okay.
Wow, no way. No way. What? Oh, that it's out. Yeah, I guess that's a fair reaction. Destiny's audience trusts him to slice through the irrational political discourse with ice-cold utilitarian logic. They identify with him strongly, adopting his positions and even his speech patterns. And they have a reputation for harassing Destiny's ever-growing list of ex-friends and enemies. I don't think anybody can deny that, period. That's, even if you think that it's not that bad, it happens.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
report,
definitely.
it's probably the most notorious thing that you could know about the community. Even if you never watched Destiny, you'd know that kind of dangerous to fuck with. This report aims to paint a broad picture of Stephen's public and private abuses of the substantial power afforded to him by YouTube, his colleagues, and his audience. I will present the examples of the following dynamics in which disturbingly individually and worse when combined. Unequal sexual relationships. In the last decade, Steven has formed dozens of sexual relationships with small streamers who benefit enormously from their associations with him, especially when they appear on his stream. Frequently, these are women who suffer from mental health issues and have expressed suicidal ideations or have even been hospitalized for suicide attempts. I didn't know that.
Yeah, neither did I. But I need to see the facts on that.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they're embedded within. Hi, Josh. In 2020, Destiny explained why using your platform for sex with smaller creators is unethical, saying, let's say I have a podcast. I got 30,000 viewers. Let's say there's a girl that messages me. We talk a little bit. She really wants to be on. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Like, you really want to come on my podcast, blah, blah, blah. I could probably start sexting her and she'll probably give in and send me nudes and shit because she doesn't want to lose the opportunity. She might not actually want to. She might not be into it really at all. But if I start proposing her, propositioning her, my bad. If she says no to me, she might worry like, fuck, if I say no to this guy, I'm not going to make it on like that. Yeah, I think it is wrong. Yeah, I don't think you should. Nobody can ever know if you're actually that kind of person. That's why it's very hazy area where you can't really consent in that situation because you don't really know if this guy's going to fuck you over if you say yes or no to them. If if they have that big of a if they have that big position of power over you. I actually have a link for it. Here you go. If you want to follow along. Yeah, just want to put out there. We should have been live right at noon. We were waiting for it to drop, and it wasn't in the Mrgirl Discord announcements, and it wasn't on Twitter. I don't know why, but yeah, no problem. Uh, Number 2, Retaliation. Steven mobilizes his highly involved community called DGG to harass those who criticize him, including small streamers he has had or still has sexual relationships with. He has leaked nudes, threatened to leak nudes, secretly recorded and leaked private conversations, and directed his audience to participate in the doxing of a small streamer he was in a sexual relationship with. In 2011, he even planned to kill a teenager who sabotaged his ability to stream. Destiny has acknowledged his bullying behavior. In a 2020 stream, trans creator Demon Mama told Destiny, my Twitter was a nice, peaceful haven, and then one interaction with you, and I've got people dropping T slurs on me, F slurs, someone telling me I should be hung for being an F slur. There's just this pattern that keeps happening with your behavior. Destiny responded, cause a lot of harm? I hope against certain people that maybe they're bullied off Twitter because there are a lot of toxic fucks on this platform that make it a horrible place to be around. On March 15th, 2023, in a Twitter argument with Ryan Beard, Destiny wrote, You're hopping into a bandwagon of people accusing me of being a rape apologist because you're still upset I bullied you on the internet a year ago. Don't play stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. The link. Oh, wow. It takes you right to the Twitter. Yes. Sorry. Courtney responded to it, and it got me.
Hmm.
Um, I'm gonna tag you in after these. That way, I'll read you too. You're not just Number 3 is sadism. Stream guests, including Destiny's sex partners, are routinely pitted against each other in emotional gladiator matches over which Destiny presides as the obstinable voice of reason. Destiny frequently expresses joy when others are distressed, or even if the distress is severe and accompanied by talk of suicide. And afterwards, his audience takes to Reddit to Twitter to revel in what they euphemistically call drama. Hassan Piker, now a top Twitch streamer, made his start in Dusty's community before a public falling out. In 2022, he said to viewers, I'm not going to rebuild the bridge, bro. No, there is no bridge to fucking rebuild. To be fucking rebuilt. Too many years of him fucking farming content off my ass, trying to get me to turn into a fucking lol cow. I would have probably killed myself if I wasn't able to completely escape the grips of Destiny's community. Straight up 100%. By farming content, Piker means Destiny was intentionally causing him distress as an easy way to entertain viewers. A lol cow is a disgraced internet figure whose misery attracts the audience of sadists. When asked for an interview for this report, Piker declined, saying, "My abusive experience is extensively documented and endlessly retconned by DGG." Number 4, narrative control. Stephen's penchant for deception and his astounding dedication to silencing critics makes it difficult for newcomers to understand how his system of content creation operates. Criticism is frequently banned in his subreddit, Discord, and audience chat. Smaller streamers who leech off of his audience, referred to as orbiters, I was one of them, act as PR tentacles and will go through great lengths to stay in Stephen's good graces. To shut down criticism outside of the community, or misinformation as he puts it, Destiny tells his audience, if you see something, say something. The above behaviors are not permitted in most professional environments, yet they are allowed on YouTube, except perhaps calls for harassment. But Destiny lays down a foundation for plausible deniability wherever he can and allows him to fly under YouTube's radar. Nice link. Oh yeah, I know. It's really cool. So now that there's a couple of people here, if you don't know who Benny is I think you're streaming this now too, right?
Yeah, I am
What's your on Twitch or YouTube?
on Twitch.
What's your Twitch?
Yo Kami. YOYOKAMI.
Uh, Benny, he's just started streaming, but he's been on a couple of Girl Hotlines, and he's been on a stream of mine on the interrogation panel as well. He is was probably until recently, and he started streaming. The only Mrgirl Orbiter who wasn't a streamer, and I'm super happy to have him helping me out with this massive task. Josh says he knows who you are, and that
Hi, Josh.
can I tag you in for the next part, Benny?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Who am I? I'm a streamer, rapper, video essayist, and occasional writer. I've made provocative content all my life, but most recently, I'm known for projects such as the Mrgirl Real Doll Review, a disturbing and pornographic personal documentary about how a sex doll affected my relationship with my girlfriend Shaylin, The Gender Narrative, a nonpartisan video essay about how we talk about gender, and my Cuties Review, infamous because I said that the twerking 11-year-olds in the film were hot. That last project inspired thousands of white supremacists to send me death threats, but I can say without hesitation that the harassment I've received from Destiny's community has been worse. Since 2020, YouTube has banned and unbanned me once per year, though my current ban has lasted the longest at 6 months and may well be permanent. In 2007, I was arrested and barred from the University of Colorado campus for 2 months for telling my classmates we should empathize with the Virginia Tech shooter. The charges were dropped. I even got suspended in high school 4 times for my satirical newsletter. The suspensions were overturned retroactively. I have a way of getting in trouble without breaking the rules. I'll address that after this section. Throughout my life, my family, friends, and fans have consistently said, "Oh, Max." 3 months into my relationship with Shanlin, by which time I'd already freaked out everyone she knew, a childhood buddy of mine told her, "It's a mistake to assume he enjoys it. He doesn't." In my YouTube videos and streams, I've tried to be as honest as possible, especially about myself, which caused an amusing culture clash when I entered Destiny's sphere just before Christmas in 2021. During the 11 months I spent working with Destiny and his orbiters, their posturing came to take a darker meaning to me. I now see it as cover for serious abuse. Destiny and his fans have criticized me for making myself out to be some grotesque hybrid of victim and journalist over the 4 months I spent writing this report. I'm sure it was jarring to watch me go from professing my brotherly love for Destiny to calling him my emotional abuser, but that's how these things go. I am horrified by the abusive system that I profited from for a year, and if Destiny's fans are correct in saying I am driven by hatred, then it is self-hatred. Plush Polly. My biases for Destiny and Mrgirl. Without getting too much into it, I like them both. Summary. Note: for readability, transcripts have been altered to remove some filler words such as like, etc. Additionally, Discord DMs can be edited and deleted after they've been sent, so the logs presented here may not accurately show what was said at the time. Any corrections made will be noted at the top of the report. The DDoS Kid. A teenager disrupted Destiny's ability to stream, and Destiny later said he planned to kill the boy and his father, but decided not to because it wasn't worth the risk. Mia Rose. Destiny drunkenly groped a woman on stream. They had a sexual relationship at the time, but both have acknowledged the incident as an assault. Blue Tea. After Destiny leaked a woman's news to his friends, she tweeted out photos of his genitals from his Twitter account. Destiny considered trying to get her dropped from her scholarship. Melina. Destiny's wife. They met when she was a 20-year-old fan and he was 30. They have both characterized Destiny's treatment of her as psychologically abusive, and Melina has said it makes her feel suicidal. Bob 7. Melina's confidant and sexting partner for a year. When Bob told Melina and a mutual friend of Destiny's he thought Destiny was manipulative, Destiny made false harassment allegations against him on behalf of a few women. When the women didn't support the smear campaign, Destiny smeared them as well. Anna. Destiny had sex with a small streamer who became attached to him. When she criticized his lifestyle, he called her an insane stalker, which only provoked her to criticize him further. At the same time that Destiny con- at the same time that Destiny convinced his fans and orbiters that Anna's abuse claims should be ignored for her own good, he was sexting her. At one point, Destiny threatened to leak Anna's news if she leaked his sex. He also directed his fans to participate in harassing and doxing Anna in retaliation for her abuse claims. Sam. Destiny supported a mayoral candidate in Omaha who fired him when Destiny's reputation attracted negative press coverage. Sam was a local college age resident who criticized him. After a battle of harsh and vulgar words, Destiny emailed Sam's employer to try to get him fired. Darius. Melina, a former sex partner of Darius, asked him to move to Austin with her after Destiny cheated on her. They had a falling out, and Darius was suicidal. Destiny presided over a live stream fight between the two and viciously mocked Darius. Merrick, a former sex partner of Destiny's. He publicly mocked her suicide attempt 3 weeks after it happened. Denims and Little E Fox. Two young female streamers, both in sexual relationships with Destiny. After Destiny and Melina withdrew an invitation to host the two in their apartment, Destiny smeared Denims as a liar on stream because he was afraid one of them might make a false sexual misconduct allegation against him. White Nervosa, a small trans streamer who Destiny flirted with while boosting her career, likely not knowing she was trans. Around the time she started appearing on camera, Destiny lost interest and stopped growing her stream. Vosh, first a fan, then an orbiter, and then a competitor. Destiny pounced on the opportunity to humiliate and sabotage Vosh when he was accused of sexual harassment. Destiny later cut ties with Vosh because his partner and friend campaigned for Destiny's deplatforming after he made a call for violence against BLM rioters. Assorted stories. Lav, a 24-year-old who became sexually involved with Destiny as he encouraged her to start streaming and helped her grow her stream. Destiny set her up to be routinely humiliated and harassed by his community to the point of feeling suicidal. When she spoke out about it, he and his orbiters launched a misogynistic harassment campaign against her. Me and Destiny's platforming of Nick Fuentes. I became Destiny's friend and orbiter and slowly realized he was intentionally creating situations where I would be hurt or humiliated. When Destiny became friendly with Nick Fuentes, I confronted him. Destiny banned me from his subreddit. Fuentes' followers got me banned from YouTube, and I cut ties with Destiny.
You like a breather?
Sure.
Okay, no
Sure.
problem. Fast reader, man. The DDoS Kid. The spring of 2011, a teenage boy used a paid service to intermittently flood Steven's IP address with junk traffic, known as a DDoS attack. He launched the attacks during Steven's streams, breaking his internet connection, making it impossible for him to work. The teen, named Jacob, eventually contacted Steven over Skype so he could gloat. This gave Steven and his fans enough information to track down Jacob's address and phone number. Steven called Jacob's phone and demanded to speak with his parents. When Jacob refused and blocked his number, Steven called again via Google Voice. According to his own retelling, started sending him pictures over Skype of his sister. According to Stephen, Jacob's father sent Stephen an email denying the extent of Jacob's harassment, even suggesting that Stephen befriend Jacob rather than fight with him. Instead, Stephen crafted a plan to kill Jacob and his father, he later explained on stream. Oh, I did troll the shit out of the DDoS Kid. That's a guy. That's one of the people. Legitimately, like I was so or you have no. It's actually kind of scary how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house and kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father because I didn't know anything about. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it. Tried to scroll with my my keyboard and that did not work out well. Okay. Sorry. But I was making so much money on Twitch and I don't know if my son was involved and yeah, but for whatever reason I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of oh my god, I was so close. I had his fucking address. I had streets mapped out. I had you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started to get an interest in owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Ultimately, Stephen found a way to defend against the DDoS attacks and went on to write a widely referenced protection guide. 2017, responding to a video criticizing his earlier remarks about the incident, Destiny said, his dad emailed me back after I told him that I knew his son was doing it. His first email was denial, I think, and then after confronting him again, his next email was basically saying that his son was very intelligent and that I would do good to befriend him and that I shouldn't say mean things about his family. Basically, the father had skirked all responsibility. He wasn't assuring me whatsoever that he was going to keep his child from doing anything. And later on he sent me another email claiming his whole family of lawyers was going to take me to court and send me back to the carpet cleaning because of the mean things I was saying about his son online. So on top of all this going on, I had 3 independent interviews with the FBI trying to figure out how to stop this from going on. Of course, every interview with the FBI dead ends as soon as they find out you play video games because they no longer take it seriously. Even if you state that you lost over $5,000 in business, so I never had anything there. So I guess if you put yourself in my position, I'm pretty much being forced out of work by a person at their leisure for whatever reason, and I'm just losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't pay my bills. I never got that bad where I couldn't pay my bills, but like I'm losing thousands and thousands of dollars. I can't work. I know where the kid lives. I know all of his information. I've contacted his parents and his dad won't do anything to stop him. So yeah, I got pretty fucking irritated. I don't know if this is comparable to like rape or some other kind of aggravated assault, but not even, because at least in those cases you can go and find somebody to help you. I was completely out of luck here. I would just have to sit in my house and watch the internet connection get roasted every day. I wasn't able to stream, it wasn't right. So I don't know how any of this ends up working out as a justification for killing somebody and their family. Probably not. I do get a little bit extreme on my stream sometimes when I do exaggerate, and I do exaggerate things, but I mean, for the most part, I'll take credit for what I say. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, oh, I would never have even thought about it or whatever, because that would have been a lie. I was very, very fucking frustrated with this kid and exhausted every single legal option. Is that a justification for killing somebody? Probably not. It's probably not a good reason to do it. In 2017, Steven said of the controversy, yeah, the kid I wanted to kill, I still stand by that. Fuck that dude and his family. Speaking to 2 streamers named Mr.
Medicare.
Medicare, thank you, and Andy Worski, Steven said the FBI had refused to help and that a lawsuit would have been too expensive. Destiny. So basically, I was completely out of options. So pretty much at this point in my life, my Medicare. So you went with the next option, murder. Steven. Well, I'm a bit curious, so I'll spin it to you. What would you do at that point? Would you just quit your whole career and go do something else? And just to be clear, I don't think I was legitimately planning to murder him. Just incredibly fucking frustrated. Worski. Keep saying you were, though. Medicare. You've got a streamer who's admitting that he tracked down information on a minor to find out where he lives. The streamer owns a gun, and he's shown that gun multiple times on stream. He's made numerous statements that he had planned to follow or kill the child, and he isn't remorseful about it. My question is, how the fuck did the FBI not come to talk to you about that rather than the kid bombing your stream? Steven, I don't know, my dude. On March 12th, 2023, Destiny again argued that lethal force against the DDoS kid would have been justified during a debate about Islam. The streamer named Karanos. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Corantos.
Karanos, thank you. Thank you, Clark Cunt. We're doing our best. Karanos, aren't you the same man that wanted to kill somebody for DDoSing you a few years ago? I wouldn't say it's an insane line. That is impossible, of course. If you don't consider yourself normal, then ignore everything I'm saying. Destiny. I am the same man who wanted to kill somebody who was cutting away all of my income. I had no recourse to the FBI or police when I had a child support and a house to care for, and a guy was basically slashing my tires every single day when I was trying to go into work. Yeah, I was pretty desperate in that situation, correct? You're trying to prove a point? Torontos. Okay, so let me get somewhere. So you are comfortably you're comfortable with not only violence but killing somebody, even if they didn't physically hurt you or they didn't do anything other than cut off your source of income, you're 100% comfortable with killing somebody. Destiny. Yeah, I guess if somebody was cutting your source of income every day that you use to support your family, then yeah, I probably would. Yeah, go for it. If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you call the police and nobody wanted to do anything, despite having proof for it, and you're like, well, fuck, I'm gonna have to attack this dude, maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it. I think it's okay. Torontos. So you're telling me that you were DDoSed and you weren't able to provide for your family. You would 100% resort and you would justify, would still stand by it today because Destiny, yeah, of course. So to this day, you stand by it because there's plenty of things you say you do not stand by that you cringe at, but because it happened in the past. So this is not one of those things. No, this is something I would stand by. Absolutely. This is easy. Yeah, of course. When discussing the story, Destiny fans tend to either agree with his rationalization or they dismiss it as hyperbole. For example, if someone was stealing your stuff, you'd justifiably be angry and have the right to defend yourself from what happened the next time defend yourself from the next time it happened. The kid was burning his money, lighting it up in flames just to mess with him. How would you act? Can you ask yourself this question honestly? Because if Destiny exhausted every possible angle, he went to the police, the FBI, he even found the addresses where they lived and contacted the father, who was a recalcitrant,
Recalcitrant.
recalcitrant asshole. That word. And
Yeah, I'm
nobody
not too sure what that means.
I have no clue. Nobody gave a shit because nobody gives a shit about some kid messing with your video game time go away, making your video game time go away. Christ, and that's all anybody saw it as. So yeah, I understand his anger, even empathize with it up to the point of action, which he clearly did not commit. YouTube comment, 50 likes. My interpretation is that he was never serious about it, but he did think about it, physically visiting the kid's house to talk to the dad. That's kind of a stretch.
Yeah.
If he's thinking about going and visiting the kid's dad, that wasn't said anywhere.
Yeah, especially after he said that he got a gun or got a gun license for that reason.
And I'm not saying whether he would or not have. Yeah, that's so cool that he has all the links right here. But I mean, if you think he was planning to go to the house, it's weird since there was no version of that said by Destiny. My interpretation is that he was never serious about. Oh yeah, yeah, okay. Kind of ties into the whole shoot on site after home invasion thing. He really values personal property and his personal rights. Reddit comment, 12 upvotes. A Destiny fan created a Reddit poll asking, would Destiny been justified in killing the kid if he never stopped and there was no other way to make him stop? 312 people voted no, 199 voted yes. The 2023 post with 149 comments, 0 upvotes, titled, okay, the thing about Destiny planning to kill the kid kind of caught me off guard. The author explicitly asks his fellow fans to help him resolve a cognitive dissonance writing. I'm making this post to see if anybody can help me think of this in a different way because that story really soured my opinion of Destiny. I'll probably read the Blue Rose or Mia Rose one if you wanna hop in after that one.
Say that one more time.
I'll probably read the Mia Rose section if you want to read the next one.
Yeah, sure.
Max do be stretching, especially with Tommy right in front.
That's pretty funny.
On January 1st, 2012, when Steven was 23, he drunkenly groped the breast of an adult actress and fellow streamer Mia Rose during a live stream. They did have a sexual relationship at the time, and she did voluntarily sit on his lap during the stream, but the grope was unwanted. Steven has consistently acknowledged this incident as a sexual assault, although he tends to joke about it. In 2022, he suggested he may have been the victim of peer pressure to drink that night. I'm going to be completely honest. That was a stream where everybody in the stream was encouraging me to drink way more than I ever had done before. Did I do dumb shit on that stream? Yeah, for sure. I wish I was a woman so I didn't have to have any accountability for my actions, though. Mia Rose had occasionally tweeted about the incident. It was years ago, but I chalked it up to being young. Everyone had too much to drink, and I wanted to be around those people to get my name out. I know Destiny is toxic, but I have no issues with him. November 13th, 2022. It happened. I did nothing at the time. It was way before there was any info in my world about what was right and wrong. I thought I had put myself in that situation, but at the end of the day, he did assault me. He had apologized, and we left it alone. March 14th, 2023. Would love an apology. I don't think he ever will, but everyone that was there, hell, even the stream viewers could see we didn't make him drink. We were all drinking. And that isn't a pass to grab anyone on live stream. The whole trip was odd. He has apologized on streams and such. Directly, it's fine. I know he regrets it. Based on public statements, neither Mia Rose nor Destiny seemed to think this event was a big deal, but I've included it nonetheless for the sake of. I'll tag you in now, Benny.
All right. Blue Tea. Blue Tea was a competitive StarCraft 2 streamer like Steven. In August 2012, she logged into his Twitter and tweeted out photos of his genitals. She posted the following explanation to Destiny subreddit. I'll come out and say this is Blue Tea. I really have nothing to lose. Long story short, Steven leaked nude pictures of me to his Skype friends. He then joked about how fucking hideous my face is compared to my beautiful body. They joked about how I look like Shrek. I do have a big nose, I guess. Someone who apparently was in the chat room emailed me from a Gmail account consisting of a bunch of random numbers. It had the chat log. When I confronted him about it, he first feigned ignorance. When it became clear he was then just going to ignore me, I snapped. I had his email password from when I used to help schedule his sessions. I changed his email password, which enabled me to change his Twitter and Skype passwords. I have a folder full of dick pics, and because I am so nice, tried to choose the most flattering to post. My actions resulted from the buildup of many things he's done to me that I don't have time to mention, but his betrayal of my trust was the last straw. I hope you enjoy his penis. TLDR, don't leak nudes of me because I will steal your Twitter and post pictures of your dick. Deleted, archive. I'm not gonna click on that. I'm not gonna click on that. Steven responded within 11 minutes. Was to two people, not an entire chat room of people, two people that I consider pretty close friends. I never feigned ignorance, just didn't want to get into it right before an MLG. I can't imagine how you can think that people will never, ever, ever talk about anything personal or private amongst their friends. Maybe I'm just stupid, but I can't see myself caring at all if you share pictures between your close friends, especially given the fact that I've never see any of them in real life. Glad you think you have a right to post every single private conversation I ever have, though. Posting pictures of my dick to 37,000 people plus cutting me off from access to my email/Twitter is probably reasonable payback for me discussing something personal with two friends. Thanks for the new work location. I wonder what your boss will think of this, or your dean for that matter. I wonder if it affect your scholarship or financial aid. Within the next several hours, Blue Tea deleted her Reddit account. Steven dropped out of a tournament he was playing in. The response from Steven's fans was overwhelmingly negative, but he doubled down in another comment. It's not about teaching someone a lesson, it's just punishment. Kind of sounds like the same thing. I'm pretty sure what she did was illegal on quite a few levels, and the fact that it's damaging to a business that I use to support my family makes me a little less willing to turn the other cheek. Yeah, I acted pretty scumbagish and shared her picture with a couple of friends, but for her to leak a bunch of shit to 40,000 people, why on earth wouldn't I share that with her employer and school when she tried to effectively destroy my livelihood? Fans were quick to point out that nude pictures were unlikely to harm his career. You really think you'll take a serious financial hit from this? I imagine you might lose a reasonable number of Twitter followers, but I'd be surprised if this really hurts your stream, even in the short term. Eris Ann, Steven's then girlfriend, who was not aware he'd been sexting with Blue Tea, made a supportive public statement asking fans to stop talking about the incident for Steven's sake. A commenter asked her, "How does it feel to come home from a long day of shift work and live with a piece of shit? How does it feel to know that he is cheating on you? He was trying to pick up women at the bar last night." Erishan replied, "Languished, forlorn, bereft, desolate. Thank you." Melina. In February 2019, when Stephen was 30, he flew to New Zealand to meet two young Swedish fans he'd been speaking to for months. Melina and her boyfriend Max are 20 and 19 years old and in a polyamorous relationship. Max played the role of cameraman for much of the live stream trip, looking on awkwardly as Steven made advances on Melina. At one point, Steven left Max in charge of the stream while he and Melina went to the bedroom and shut the door. Max joked that he was being cucked. Vocalizations can be heard in the background after that. Most fans agree they are sex sounds, but Destiny maintains he and Melina were not having sex. This was after Max had admitted on stream that Melina was his only partner, casting doubt on the legitimacy of his poly identification. A user in Steven's subreddit posted, "The polygamy isn't what's off-putting about these streams. What's off-putting is that a 30-year-old man who claims to understand power dynamics flew halfway across the globe to have sex with young women who have obviously developed parasocial relationships with him." Melina eventually broke up with Max and moved to the United States to live with Steven. They are in an open relationship and were married in December 2021. Initially boosted by her association with Steven, Melina has become a successful streamer in her own right, focusing on travel, fitness, and showing off her body. Steven has described himself as psychologically abusive in relationships. In January 2021, he said, "I'm a really rough person to be in a relationship with, okay? Anybody that survives a relationship with me for more than like 6 months, okay, props to that person, because they're going through some severe fucking psychological abuse. It's a fucking hard thing to deal with. I'm not joking." Destiny has publicly stated that he has access to Melina's Discord account and is thus privy to her communications with others in the streaming world. On January 14th, 2021, Destiny said on stream that they both have access to each other's DMs, but that Melina's jealousy may dissuade her from reading this. In 2022, Destiny has revealed to be hiding a serious affair as well as a sexting relationship from Melina, both of which use Discord DMs as a primary form of communication. Friends and viewers of Steven voiced suspicions that he sometimes impersonates Melina by sending private messages from her account. Melina has told multiple people that the pain of their relationship drives her to thoughts of suicide, and these conflicts frequently spill out into public view. Bob 7. Note, this report is agnostic as to Bob Seven's character or whether he sexually harassed any women, and this section is included to highlight Destiny's behavior and use of his platform. Before my first conversation with Melina in January 2022, Stephen leaned into the doorway behind her and said, "Don't let him mindfuck you." I couldn't understand why he'd said that until I did my research for this story. Bob Seven, a small streamer, was Melina's confidant for most of 2020 when he was 25 and she was 22. His ostensible goal was to improve her mental health, and he compared their relationship to that of a therapist and a patient. They also sexted. Melina shared intimate details of her relationship with Steven, including how his treatment of her made her feel suicidal. She also told Bob private stories about Steven's past. Believing that Steven was manipulative and abusive, Bob encouraged Melina to either confront him or leave the relationship. One time when she did confront him, Steven asked if the confrontation had been Bob's idea. Eventually, Melina fell in love with Bob, hinting that she would only be able to leave Steven if she had another relationship to flee to. Bob was not interested in Melina. He was, however, interested in Bose, the 28-year-old female streamer who was also dating Steven. Bob and Bose became fast friends, gossiping daily about the dysfunctional relationship between Steven and Melina. Sometimes the gossiping took the form of Bob actively warning Bose about Steven's manipulative nature and telling her the secrets he'd learned from Melina. You may have figured this out already, but Melina isn't fond of sharing Steven with other women, and Steven doesn't like to deal with the emotional backlash from Melina. But because of Bob's meddling, Bose and Melina had come to hate each other, and both were wary of Steven. Eventually, the two women would meet and compare notes on Bob. They realized he was prone to shit talking behind each of their backs, and decided that it was he who was manipulative after all, not Steven. Apparently, it didn't occur to them that both men might be manipulative. Bose bluntly informed Bob that she no longer wished to be friends. Melina confronted him about degrading things he had said about her, like saying her stream was best watched with the sound off. Bob's grip on the women in Steven's life had finally been loosened. At this point, Steven decided to use his platform to destroy Bob. On January 3rd, 2021, Destiny engineered a group call including 6 women who knew Bob, and with the help of one of the women, secretly recorded the others talking about their experiences with Bob. Destiny's opening salvo was a January 4th, 2021 stream uploaded with the title Bob 7 Allegations involving Melina, Big Boss Bose, Peach, and more, in which he painted Bob as a malicious womanizer out to torpedo Steven's personal relationships. During the stream, Steven described his strategy for gaining control of the situation. I play a little Death Note game where I'm having Melina and send certain messages to Bob. And now I'm reading messages between Bob and Melina because I can read Melina's DMs. Bose is sending me messages between her and Bob so I can read those. He ended the video with a threat. Should Bob attempt to defend himself, if push comes to shove, there's a lot of really, really, really this is all kind of dumb shit. There's a lot of really fucked up shit. Fucked that Bob Seven did that even people in his personal life don't know about. That's really fucked. But that will probably never see the light of day. I shouldn't actually say that because now I'm teasing it. But if Bob Seven decides to try to make some response video, vindicating himself, I'll probably just nuke that shit from orbit. Bob countered with a 40-page document containing dozens of screenshots to paint a picture of Steven as an emotional abuser trying to shut down Bob's genuine concerns about the women in his life. This was fairly successful, and had Steven uncharacteristically on the defensive for a moment. But with Steven's second and final attack, Bob's fate would be sealed. This video, streamed January 17th, 2021, was titled Bob 7 Manifesto, Addressing My Allegations. It currently sits at more than 700,000 views. In the video, he read aloud a document he'd written titled The Bob 7 Manifesto, which again painted Bob as a slimy sexual harasser. He also played clips from the January 3rd call, some of which Destiny had edited to make them more damning of Bob. 2 days before the stream, one of the women who'd been secretly recorded in the January 3rd call released a statement recanting the allegations Destiny had publicized in his first video. Hours before the stream on January 17th, she pleaded on Twitter to be left out of Destiny's upcoming second strike. The following is a message to Destiny. I have no way of contacting him myself, so I have to post this publicly. Hi, Destiny. This clip came into my knowledge this morning. Uh, what's the clip?
Oh, we got the clip?
Yeah.
Play that shit too.
But the thing is, if like push comes to shove, I will.
Let's
So
put
that's
smarts.
going to be like included in my
Mhm.
new doc. So like the drunkenly harassing Ophelia for nudes while talking shit about her to like 4 other women, and then the leaking nudes of an anonymous person in Melina to Bose that she was
Okay.
that he was actively shit talking about Melina and the other person too.
You
Like
finished the clip?
that'll be like in this next doc. I
Mhm.
really didn't think that he would try, but
Okay, now I did.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know that I do not consent to any public spreading of any call or recording I am in. I do not wish to be in any part of what you plan to release, and doing so will be without my consent. I do not want to be part of this further at all. Please do not harass me. Thanks, Ophelia Bear. Destiny ignored her request, opting instead to poke holes in her statement exonerating Bob. Referring to her as Ophelia the Manipulated, Destiny said that Bob had manipulated her into withdrawing her allegation that he'd sexually harassed her. At the end of the section, he wrote, I would like to make it clear that I do not really hold Ophelia Bear personally responsible for her 180. I think that she is a victim in all of this, and Bob Seven, Casey Tron, and Minx have played a role in her manipulation, convincing her that it's in her best interest to side with Bob Seven here. Ellie Moon, another woman on the recorded group call, complained about Destiny using her name in his video. Destiny claimed that Bob had leaked one of Ellie Moon's nudes, which Ellie Moon did not believe. On January 18th, 2021, Destiny wrote in his public chat, Redacted one is Ellie Moon. By the way, if you guys wanted that, what a snaky piece of shit. Might release her unedited/unmasked audio later. Literally every single girl ended up flipping sides, except for Melina, Pichachu, Bose, and Eris Ann, just my original friends. Destiny had sexual relationships with Melina, Bose, and Eris Ann. That the same day, in a streamed confrontation between Destiny and Ellie Moon, they had the following exchange. Ellie Moon, shut the fuck up, dude. I said, like, leave me out of this. Destiny, I never mentioned your name. Nobody knew who you were until you tweeted it, honey. Ellie Moon, oh my god. Stop talking to a groomer. Talking about Bob being creepy when you started dating Melina when she was like 18 and you were like, what, 40 million years old? Like, actual weirdo. Destiny, dude, I know so much personal information about you. Why are you trying to take shots at me right now? Are you serious? I don't want to sound like I'm threatening anybody, but like, you should slow down on the personal insults. Cause you're like way out of your league, dude. You are way the fuck out of your league. Casey Tron, another female streamer Destiny secretly recorded in a private call, was frustrated that he'd framed her talking about another woman's experience with Bob as her making her own allegation. In response to her public skepticism about the veracity of Destiny's claims, in his Bob 7 Manifesto stream, Destiny had gone on an unconvincing tirade about how she'd betrayed their friendship by having the audacity to put her fucking nose into this. On January 21st post in Destiny subreddit titled Casey Tron defends Bob 7 behind the scenes, saying harassment allegations are lies, earned 553 upvotes. The top comment, with 210 upvotes, reads, Casey, all you have to do is stick your head in the sand and fucking ignore the drama and let Bob 7 go down in flames. You didn't have to get involved at all, but you threw yourself into the coffin while we were lowering Bob 7 in for pretty much no reason. I hope it was worth it. Destiny's video was compelling enough to tilt public opinion back in his favor and destroy Bob's reputation. Bob released a 60-page document along with a 9-hour response video meticulously detailing all of Destiny's inaccuracies and misleading audio edits, which Destiny ignored. Destiny's audience and adjacent communities, having bought into Destiny's version of events, also ignored Bob's response, leaving it largely unseen. Bob did attempt to return to streaming, but he has since deleted all of his stream VODs and videos made after October 2020. I included Bob's story because it shows Destiny's willingness to use his platform to crush his girlfriend's best friend for personal reasons and then to lash out at the women who refuse to be used as pawns. I also relate to the story on a personal level. Last summer, in August of 2022, Melina reached out to me for emotional support. She told me essentially the same thing she told Bob.
Mm. So earlier, sorry to cut you off. Earlier, I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but there wasn't as many people here, that my girlfriend was going to stop by and I was going to take Ted, but that's going to be now. Is it okay if I just leave it in your hands?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'm going to make Benny big on the screen. Yeah. Big screened Benny. All right, and then I'm just going to mute myself and I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. I also relate to the story on a personal level. Last summer, in August of 2022, Melina reached out to me for emotional support. She told me essentially the same things she told Bob and asked me why Destiny treats her the way he does. We spoke a few times, but essentially, I said I thought Destiny was a very guarded person and that she should discuss it with a therapist. Unlike Bob, while I was pretty worried about Melina, I didn't think I could do much to help her, much less while sexting her. I've tried that before in my life to no avail. I also had a sense that I was perilously close to an invisible line. When you upset Destiny, you don't get an angry DM, you hear about it the next day on a stream. Okay. Anna. Destiny shows Mrgirl DMs. Destiny shows Mrgirl DMs. Include part where he says this is mentally destroying Anna and laughs, then corrects himself. And when he says he wasn't holding her hostage, but then she says that he currently is. I didn't really understand that sentence. In October 2019, Anna was 29 and had no social media following. Before ever meeting Steven, Anna tweeted about how he lacks empathy and probably has a personality disorder. In another streamer's chat, she criticized Steven's repeated casual sex with no interest in an intimate relationship. By January of 2020, she had somewhat warmed to Steven. She messaged him on Instagram and introduced herself as a graduate student in psychology. According to Anna, Steven asked if she was familiar with open relationships. Given his open relationship with Melina, Anna took the question to be a sexual overture, to which she was receptive. On May 22nd, 2020, Anna and Steven did their first stream together, a debate about open relationships. With the audience unaware of their sexting, Anna introduced the topic as just some research that I was recently reading about, and presented research indicating that non-monogamy is correlated with predatory personality traits such as narcissism and Machiavellianism. They soon did a second stream about altruism, in which Anna argued that doing things for other people increases psychological well-being, in my opinion, because she wanted to challenge Steven's lack of empathy. That summer, Steven proposed that he visit Anna for a week. Anna agreed, but she expressed concern that he would grow distant or even cut her off after they had sex. Steven assured her, I understand the concern, but that would be a huge time investment just to hook up with someone, XD. A week before the scheduled meeting, Anna and Steven did a third stream, a debate about whether dark triad antisocial personality traits are correlated with open relationships. For the first 90 minutes, Anna tried to convince Steven that people in open relationships have trust issues and avoidant attachment patterns. Not taking the bait, Steven kept the conversation intellectual. Anna commented that his judgment might be impaired because the topic hits close to home. Steven called this a power play, and they argued about it for 2 hours. Eventually, Anna started crying and told him he was being abusive. At the end of the 4.5 hour conversation, Anna said Steven should ban any chatters who called her abusive and manipulative, and he politely avoided the suggestion. In mid-August, the week of Melina's 22nd birthday, Steven and Anna spent several days in a hotel together. They had sex, talked, and he did his normal streams from the hotel room. Despite an agreement to keep the visit a secret, Anna briefly streamed from the hotel room as well, effectively outing their sexual relationship. She would later claim this was unintentional, but I'm skeptical. Anna has described Steven as having a revenge kink, where manipulative dynamics involving lying and blackmail are fetishized. And I mention it now because the rest of the story will make a lot more sense if you're aware of this. At the end of the week, Steven left to join Melina in Sweden. From the airport, he DM'd Anna. Okay, about to board my first flight. Thanks for the past few days, Anna. I had a lot of fun. Smile. She replied, I did too, Steven. Heart. Have safe flights. Talk to you later. But the next day she wrote, oh boy, I'm pretty sad. It just kind of hit me today out of nowhere. Sad face? I also feel angry with you. Because you did make it sound like you're more poly and willing to date other people. Your lifestyle choices are extremely abnormal and not at all like most poly people. I mean, do you really just see me as a friend still? How is that even possible to be that callous and cold, Stephen? I don't want to believe that you are. He replied, Hmm, I mean, as a friend still. I mean, what do you mean? I mean, sex stuff aside, having met you in real life and talked and gone around and stuff, you're definitely a way closer friend than you were before for sure. Anna responded with several messages containing increasingly sharp criticism, culminating in the fact that you feel entitled to get sex from tons of different people, but not have to meet their emotional needs, which are sexual needs, is textbook narcissism. It's extreme entitlement and selfishness that enables a person to treat other human beings the way you do. It's morally reprehensible. Over the next few days, Anna sent dozens of anxious and critical messages with little response from Stephen. Eventually, he would be warm again, even flirtatious, but not consistently. Meanwhile, Stephen's fans were putting the pieces together. From Anna's stream chat, they asked if she'd slept with Stephen during his trip. She giggled and said they shouldn't ask her that, which many took as confirmation of their suspicions. Not receiving the promised attention from Stephen, Anna sent him Psychology Today articles about stonewalling and narcissism. She also criticized what she perceived as sociopathic vindictiveness, in part because of a story he told her and others about how he once lied to his ex's boss to get her fired from her job. On one of her own streams, she criticized Stephen for moving across the country from his son. When I spoke to her, she told me she'd innocently mentioned some psychology research about how sons should spend time with their fathers, but the clip was not how she described it at all. In reality, while reading a chat message saying Stephen was a good father, Anna burst into mocking laughter before saying, Yeah, because we all know to be a good father, the best thing to do is move a million miles away from your son. I'm going to stop before someone clips that shit. Someone did clip it. And on October 5th, 2020, Stephen did his first Anna attack stream. I've had some clips linked to me today. I don't normally torch bridges unless other people want me to do it first, in which case, fuck it. He played the clip of Anna calling him a bad father and launched into a play by play of their relationship, mostly complaining that she had messaged him relentlessly after they had sex. One chatter asked, Destiny, why are you doing this? What do you gain out of publicly ridiculing this girl? Stephen replied, I'm not trying to. The problem is she just keeps saying really fucking rude and disgusting shit about me on her stream. It's really fucking irritating. She doesn't realize how fucked in the head it is. He read aloud some of their DMs. He'd also provided some screenshots to his hungry fans and accused Anna of victim blaming Stephen for a past relationship in which he claims his ex was physically abusive. By the end of the stream, the chat had made hundreds of angry and critical comments about Anna. You literally slept with a psycho. Anna heard about the stream soon after it happened and messaged Stephen that night. Why would you do this? I'm freaking out. Shouldn't you be reported for outing my private sexual details? At 4:05 a.m., I'm just really so sad, Stephen. I trusted you to talk with me about how you were feeling about me. Also, I'm sorry for all the messages, but I've been freaking out and panicking for hours. The next night, I can't tell if this is you just wanting some space or is this you cutting off the friendship? Silence doesn't communicate anything. The following day, October 7th, Stephen agreed to talk to Anna again on stream. Before the conversation began, Stephen was nervous and fidgety. Stephen asked his friend Dan, Do you think I should hash it out all on stream? Dan answered 100%. Dan Saltman is a family man and a recurring character on the stream. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that this person would actually kill themselves. That's the only reason why I feel like it's probably not a good idea, Steven said. Dan pressed him. You have to, though. It's not going to end, and it's just fucking cringe for everyone else. Well, I feel like at this point, I'm literally capitalizing on somebody else's mental illness for profit. And with that, Steven added Anna to the stream. Stephen repeated his complaints about Anna's endless critical messages about his psychology, and they argued about whether Anna has the right to publicly call Stephen's sexual relationship abusive, with Stephen saying, You're not allowed to express concern with any of my personal relationships that I don't want your opinion on. Stephen also defended his tendency to retaliate against others. When you say you've left a trail of destruction behind you, the implication there is generally that I'm traumatizing or abusing or hurting people that otherwise don't deserve it. Anna, nobody deserves that. How could you say that? Stephen, because sometimes people do real dickish things, and I think if you do dickish things back, it's not the worst thing in the world. Anna, that doesn't give you the right to do anything back at them. That gives you no right to retaliate. Stephen, yeah, we're not talking about who's right, first of all. I have the right to do anything I want, okay? Fuck that. Anna, no, you don't. See, right there, entitlement. Stephen, that's not entitlement. Wait, what do you mean? As long as I'm not hurting anybody else, I have a right to talk about or do anything I want. Anna, Okay, well, you just said you have a right to do whatever you want. Steven, wait, what did you think I meant with that, Anna? Did you think I meant I should be able to shoot somebody or punch somebody or choke somebody? Do you really think that's what I meant with that? Is that the read we're going with here? Because Anna felt obligated to keep Steven's secret about getting his ex fired from her job, his fans were clueless about the context of this argument. Another creator, Linus Tech Tips, jumped in with a lukewarm defense of Destiny's vindictiveness. Linus, wait, Anna, are there varying degrees of abuse? Like, is there a greater and lesser form of abuse? Anna, Linus, you seem like a really nice person. You cannot seriously, oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think that this is Linus Tech Tips. I think it's just Linus, Destiny's friend. Um, Linus, I haven't said anything. I'm just asking you. Anna, sure, yes. Linus, so it could be that maybe when Destiny is retaliating, is it a little bit abusive? Is is it a little bit abusive? Right, it's a little bit abusive, but is it Anna, it's still abusive. Linus, yes, it's still abusive, but maybe in the context of Destiny being a streamer and Destiny being an entertainer and these being public conflicts and Destiny's desire to drum up attention, these are things that a normal person doesn't interact with, right? You can't prescribe these things that you would talk about in a normal intimate relationship to someone who has a wide public image, right? When Anna asked Steven if he thinks he's harming people, he replied, yeah, probably, but if they're inflicting harm onto me, I don't really care that much. Anna, that's what concerns me. Steven, oh my god. Linus, I think that most people are okay inflicting some amount of harm on others. Anna, what? Linus, it's extremely difficult for me to not ever be mean ever, right? Like, I'm gonna be mean at some point in time, and it's okay to point out and say, hey, you shouldn't be mean, but it's different to say I've left a trail of victims because I've been mean to people sometimes. You know, reading through this conversation, I see the white blood cell ness a little bit. It's like trying to reframe everything as just being okay. It's fine. It's a little weird. It's a little unsettling to read because he's basically saying, yeah, Destiny's doing fucked up shit, but it's not that bad because he's a public figure, and sometimes you gotta do fucked up shit. And Anna's just like, you just shouldn't, and nobody, and, Destiny's going, yeah, I should be able to, and Linus is actually arguing, no, it's you know, maybe, anywho, Anna. But I think what you're talking about is people making normal mistakes and stuff. I'm talking about an observable pattern of behavior. Linus, I don't know that you could call that observable pattern of behavior out in the clinical sense. My main observation here is that Stephen has behaviors that probably cause you a lot of anxiety, and your anxiety causes Stephen to feel a lot of stress. Linus said that Anna doesn't have enough information about Stephen's relationships to call his behavior abusive, and that without reaching out to other people affected, which would be inappropriate, she can't comment on it. Stephen capped off the defensive triple team. You're making yourself the victim. I'm the victim here. And later adding, if you want to bring any friend into here and you want to let me explain what's happened, I guarantee you they will never ever side with you. Dan tried to convince Anna to leave Stephen alone, saying, I think both of you understand that moving forward there shouldn't be any additional relationship, friends or not. Just nothing. No conversation, no nothing. You're incompatible. There's no future, there's no hope. But months later, Stephen offered to fly out to argue directly with Anna's therapist. Near the end of the conversation, Stephen explained why he was attacking her. I have to protect myself. I can't have a person that is saying incredibly nasty things about me to other people on the platform. I have to come out and give my side of the story. Otherwise, I look like this horrible abuser behind the scenes. Of course, I have to. It's protecting myself. After the stream, Anna continued to message Stephen about her problems with him. He was mostly unresponsive until Anna presented an opportunity for content. A graduate psychology student had reached out because he was concerned about how Stephen had treated Anna, and he was willing to talk to Stephen. On October 30th, 2020, the student named Drew moderated an on stream conversation between Stephen and Anna. Drew quickly abandoned his goal of mutual understanding and instead focused on brokering a peace treaty where the two would agree to stop talking about each other in public and have no private contact whatsoever. Destiny agreed, but was skeptical about the plan. To be clear, after we had this conversation last time, she was talking about me on her stream the next day. I can make it so that in my community, people don't talk about her, link her tweets, do any of that shit anymore. Yeah. However, he then repeated his offer to fly out to do a group therapy session with Anna and her therapist. Drew implored Anna to seek closure on her own rather than by continuing to talk to Stephen. Frustrated, Stephen said, she's walking away from this thinking that I'm the person with most of the problems. Drew asked if that mattered. None of this technically matters to me. I have nothing to lose here if my community harasses her forever. In that sense, the prerogative shouldn't be on me to resolve this, it should be on her. I mean, I'm willing to because I don't want to be a cruel, evil person. In a rare moment of semi-vulnerability, Stephen said that Anna had made an ableist attack against him by calling him a sociopath. The talk ended with both parties agreeing to the unconvincing ceasefire, and Stephen announced that all discussion of Anna was now banned in his community. In November, Anna sent Stephen several pages worth of unanswered DMs. She shared her ruminations about feeling humiliated, guilty, and angry, and pleaded for him to respond. On November 22nd, 2020, while Stephen played Minecraft on stream, Dan read the following open letter to Anna, prefacing it with, "This was a joke, meaning I did not intend for this to be sent. Listen here, you crazy fucking bitch. Steven doesn't want to be with you. He doesn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to receive your constant desperate Discord messages. In fact, every time we receive one from you, we laugh and laugh about how sad and pathetic you are. Our favorites are the ones where you write paragraphs and paragraphs and we just imagine you desperately waiting by the computer for a response that will never come." Steven laughed and said, "Dan, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Dan continued, "I'm not sure how delusional you are to believe that there will ever be a world where Steven wants to talk to you again, but I wanted to thank you for the incessant entertainment you provide with your incoherent ramblings and pseudo-nonsense psychological takes. Let me be clear as possible. Let me be as clear as possible so you get the hint, because it seems to me you are incapable of listening. You mean nothing to either of us. We could give two shits, never contacted either of us ever again. Our feelings about you are similar to that of a newspaper comic, a funny thing to look at once in a while." After a pause, Stephen said, "Wow, edgy much?" 3 days later, on November 25th, 2020, Stephen finally replied to Anna's ongoing DM saying, "Anna, I don't think we're going to resolve this one." 3 weeks later, they were sexting again. On January 25th, 2021, Anna told Stephen that she'd seen an old clip of him talking about choking his ex-wife. In the next clip, Stephen had said, "I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times. That shit got crazy. Hell yeah, it did. And I guarantee you that everybody here would probably think I'm a fucking crazy physical abuser too." This was in the context of defending Mr. Deadmoth, a streamer who, in 2018, hit his pregnant wife multiple times on stream after she threw small objects at him. Steven did a reaction stream where he rationalized the violence against her, calling her an abuser and dismissing her chilling screams as crocodile tears. In the stream chat, you can watch the mostly male audience turn against her with ironic jokes. One Punch Man, kill all women, a sincere identification of Mr. Deadmoth as a victim. It sounds like she did this to actually ruin his dream career, the way she said, "You're a woman beater," out loud. Anna, choking out is like the number one red flag for domestic abuse victims to get out. And you dare call yourself a victim? You could have killed her. You were never a victim, and you should have gone to jail for that. Destiny. My ex and I fought all the time. It was always in self-defense. I had to call the police on her 3 times to get her to stop attacking me. You are so unbelievably out of line in this message. It makes me sad to think you are going to have patience in the real world. You should be ashamed of this message. Anna, we literally screen victims by asking if their partner ever choked them out because it indicates the partner is extremely dangerous. This is attempted murder. No therapist in their right mind would condone what you fucking did. Destiny, what am I supposed to do if someone has me trapped in a room and is fucking attacking me? Anna, I mean restraining her wasn't an option? Destiny, she weighed like 50 pounds more than me. Are you fucking serious? I was 105 and she was like 160. You make far too many assumptions and judge far too quickly for someone in your position. Anna, both partners have some responsibility. Research shows that in violent relationships, both partners do things that escalate the violence instead of de escalating it. And all I see from you are behaviors that are aggressive and escalate, and you think that they are self defense. Destiny, I've lived long enough and experienced enough to know this to be true, and you can refer back to this message in 5 years if you're wondering what's going wrong. You have some insanely antisocial tendencies that inhibit you from being able to communicate with or understand other human beings. You do not understand how people think or feel, and consequently say unimaginably clueless or horrible things to them. Good luck with everything. You'll need a ton of it if you're going to make the changes necessary to be even a somewhat competent communicator, let alone a therapist. He blocked her. Can you take over? You're still muted on my end.
Yep, I just had to do a quick search to get there. I appreciate
Okay.
that. Yeah, that's all. I just appreciate you holding down the fort for me for that entire time. Then he posted screenshots of the DMs in his public chat calling her insane. Melina replied, "Can we all just try to get her fired? She'll kill people with her words. I hate her with all my heart." A fan reposted the DMs in Steven's subreddit with the title, "This is disgusting." The post received 1,400 upvotes, and the top comment with 859 upvotes reads, It is extremely common for abusers to attempt to discount and minimize their victim's past abuse. Anna is abuser. She is abusive. I wonder if how. Oh wow, having a lot of upvotes.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, I assume. Yeah, it was a. I miss a. Did I miss anything big?
Um, just that like I think there was at one point where Destiny like harshly criticized her, and then a few weeks later they were sexting
Oh, gotcha.
in like 2020. But for the most part, it's just kind of like the standard thing that everybody has already seen. But I guess reading it out loud, it kind of like recontextualizes it a little bit. It makes it feel like Destiny is a lot more abusive than he seemed when he was actually having the conversations. But for the most part, it's just the same thing that we've always known.
Yeah, I guess before I continue, I want to say I watched a lot of Destiny during the Anna thing, and it was very presented in like wholly one direction, and I don't think that I ever had I guess that I never really had any space to even consider the fact that something might be happening to Anna. I just remember going like through that whole arc, just being like, oh my god, it's crazy. But I think that they were both probably doing shitty things. I'm not saying like I think that uh like it was a one way thing, but since all this has happened, I've definitely seen like a broader picture. Because I just remember like my wife and I watching all the Destiny and Anna stuff, and she likes it when Destiny's mean, so that was like her favorite.
Mm,
Yeah, and I just want to say too, like this is remarkably readable.
what do you mean by that?
I just mean like this is like since we've started this, we're like an hour and 10 minutes in. Just this article flows really well. It's very easy to like continuously read.
Yeah, that's true.
Uh,
Although it is extremely long.
it is very long. I just didn't know if it was gonna be like I put like reading like you ever read like a case study on anything and it's like extremely hard to like get through a paragraph.
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, okay. Well, there's I guess I wondered if there would have been a bit of just like tedium in just like reading like a single paragraph and just being like I don't care about anything in it. This like all of this is I feel like there's no extra shit in here that I don't need to uh hear.
Hmm.
Insofar as like there's no filler in this.
Yeah,
Like everything is
yeah,
building up to the point that he's trying to make. I
yeah.
disagree so far and bounces around the timeline too much. I think it keeps it interesting, and he marks everything with dates, so I'm cool. But I did miss some stuff, so I don't know. All right, I'm gonna. Benny needs to step up his game. No case studies, Benny. My word. And Josh is that way. Then Josh, you definitely know what I'm talking about. All right. Did you have anything you want to add before I started going again? Oh,
Um, just that I think this document pretty nicely, at least thus far, it's pretty nicely laid out how retaliatory Destiny is. And I think when you read it just like in text form, it it kind of colors your perception of him a little bit more differently. You know, when you're watching it in the moment, you're just like, yeah. You just kind of like enjoy the content and the drama. But just reading it, it's like, not that I can't understand why somebody would do these kinds of things, but I think that the person who would do these kinds of things as consistently and as aggressively as Destiny does is kind of a little bit fucked up. But that's just my personal
uh,
take thus far.
I think that it's really easy. Like if you're watching somebody through a specific, like if I'm watching Destiny it's going to probably be almost impossible for me to not like have his perspective on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And through the Anna thing, like I don't really have a hard stance on like who is like better or worse during the Anna thing, but it's complicated. I think they both did fucked up shit. But when I was watching it, I was just like, this woman is literally the devil.
Yeah.
And in fact, probably my most all-time viewed and shared clip of Destiny is he was like said something to the effect of like why are you afraid of me? Do you understand that if I wanted to like hurt you, I could he's like I could do all the like he started listing things. He's like, especially since I have Surfshark, and like he threw an ad into like going hard at her, and I thought that was
Mm-hmm.
like the funniest thing I'd ever seen. He like perfectly wove an ad for Surfshark into like I mean I'm not even loading this, but like intimidating her in that moment. But like I was all for it. I was just like, oh my god, and I sent it to a bunch of my friends and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that anything that I say about any of these people is pro Mrgirl or like anti Mrgirl. This is just a retelling of things that we all already knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody just said my stance is pro Mrgirl. I'm against Mr.
He
Girl
said
on a
that.
lot of
He said that
things.
your stance is pro Mrgirl.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm a pretty big fucking fan of his, but I also disagree with him on plenty of stuff. If there's anything in here that I think is wrong or whatever, I'll call it out. But probably not so much today. Have little breaks for stuff like this, but we got a lot of ground to cover. We actually covered quite a bit here so far, looking at the little scroll bar.
Yeah.
On February 12th, 2023, Destiny wrote the following comment in my subreddit on a thread about the alleged choking. Just as an FYI, I have never choked anyone to or near the point of unconsciousness in my life. I've never even really choked someone. It was just more of a holding on to them from behind to get them to stop hitting me. Blocked on Discord. Oh, blocked on Discord. Anna messaged Steven consistently. Okay, give me 1 minute. I think I have food here.
Okay. Shall I continue? Oh, you can't hear me. I think I'm gonna continue. Okay. Blocked on Discord, Anna messaged Steven consistently on Instagram for a month, with sporadic replies from Steven such as blank face. I think we just trigger each other too much, Anna, lol. And Anna, no contact, please. The DMs kept coming. On March 16th, Steven apologized to her for attacking her publicly, but 6 days later, he said on stream that the apology had been insincere. Eventually, he blocked Anna on Instagram. She started DMing him on Twitter. At one point, asking, "Seriously, do you wish I were dead? Would you fucking meme my suicide for content?" By summer, Steven was sexting her again. So interesting. In June, Anna asked Steven to help repair her reputation. Steven, if I said anything now, people would just be really dramatic and dumb about stuff. Anna, aren't you more concerned with Melina finding out? Not so much what your fan base thinks. But also, it's not like I'm some crazy person. Laugh my ass off. You could just say you exaggerated. Steven, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, okay? Lol. And maybe in the future. Yeah. Tease me and make me tweet it out sometime. Anna, oh, true. Now you're giving me ideas. Smiley face. Lots of ideas. Ellipse. Steven, I'll fix it sometime publicly, okay? Until then, you can work on your essays on your bed while I rub your legs and feet, okay? On January 1st, 2021, Stephen and Anna appeared on a panel about mental health and policing together. On July 17th, Anna reiterated her request that they not keep their friendliness a secret. Stephen, I'm more comfortable keeping things under wraps, but if you're not comfortable with that, then it's your choice whether you want to continue chatting with me. Anna, but do you understand why this is shitty for me? Stephen, sure, I can understand why you feel that way, but it doesn't change my position. On August 29th, 2021, Stephen complained on stream that Anna was privately telling people that he's a dark triad abuser. When Dan expressed dismay that Stephen was still in contact with Anna, Stephen said that the only way to prevent Anna from going on constant hate tirades about him is to try to be somewhat friendly with her. Dan said, "Oh, so you're just giving it to blackmail, to be clear. Someone's giving you shit, and you're like, okay, fuck it, I can't fight it anymore. You win. We're best friends. We're meant to be together forever." The same day, Steven DM'd Anna. "Do you understand that it's really bad that you're making new friends that are already my friends and then venting to them about me?" The following day, on August 30th, 2021, Stephen read aloud the following statement in a sarcastic monotone. "I'm making a public announcement. Anybody that doesn't understand this is getting permanently banned, and we're putting all of this behind us, okay? Listen, me and Anna are perfectly fine. She is not a crazy person. She is not a stalker. We have had fights publicly where there has been name calling on both sides, but you know what? Everything is cool, and we're past all of that." The chat reacted with comments like, "Blink twice if she has a gun to your head, and she has something on him." On September 22nd, 2021, during a 12-person panel show hosted by John Zerka, Anna tearfully accused Stephen of emotionally abusing her. The other panelists mostly urged her to calm down and let it go. Eventually, Stephen called in to defend himself, sounding tired but panicked. He was calling from bed. Stephen accused Anna of consistently breaking their agreements to stop talking to each other. He then set about discrediting her, explaining how he'd blocked her on Discord and she followed him to other platforms. Anna's rage at the stalker narrative boiled over. Shouting, she said, "Good night, princess. Good morning, princess. Really? I'm misrepresenting the relationship? Remember all the things you told me about Melina? I've been fucking protecting you. I've been protecting you. I've been protecting you from lying to Melina. How fucking dare you? If you're gonna do this shit, then I'm leaking it all. I'm not protecting your lying ass anymore." Zerka jokingly asked, "Destiny, do you feel protected?" But then he added, "No, Anna, you're not leaking DMs." Stephen offered another sarcastic, exasperated apology. "I'm a horrible person. I accept full responsibility. I have lied to my fiance. I've lied to my son. I've lied to my community. I'm a horrible, manipulative person. Every part of this is my fault. And now I'm moving on, and never want to talk about this publicly again." Zerka backed him up again. "Yeah, that's great. It's closure time, Anna." Stephen pledged to stop all public and private communication with Anna and left the call. Anna continued to criticize him. 70 minutes later, Stephen returned, begging Zerka to cut Anna off. Zerka refused, and Stephen and Anna argued about the relationship for another hour. Near the end, Anna asked, "If you don't want to be friends with me, why didn't you tell me in privately? Why didn't you just say that?" "Anna, when somebody blocks you on two different platforms and doesn't respond to any messages, what do you think that means?" Anna responded, "That's the silent treatment, though. If you didn't want to be friends with me, why didn't you say that?" "Oh my god, okay," Stephen said and quickly left. The following day, Stephen did a follow-up stream to explain his thoughts about Anna. "I feel a little bit better though, because now that it blew up on Zerka's show, I have so many people messaging me that seem to understand how unhinged she is. I'm not worried anymore now. So everybody that thought I was being held hostage, you were right. My thought process before was that maybe if we can just be friends and chill, everything will be okay, and she'll stop talking about me publicly. The scary thing is that she started to get into these communities where I had a whole bunch of mutual friends. So, for instance, a whole bunch of people started DMing me that were like, 'Hey, do you know this Anna person?' I got really scared because then it seems like another Bob Seven situation where it's like, is she about to go and tell every single person that I'm this abusive, horrible person? But now that everything just came out on Zerka's show, I think I'm okay with everything now. Now I can just ignore her. She can spam her shit all day. I don't care because I think enough people have seen her now in that arena blow up where they're like, okay, she's got problems." The chatter suggested he have her blacklisted from panel shows. Can you take over? You busy right now?
I could have taken over at any point. I just didn't
Oh,
expect my food to get here so soon. They said it was
oh,
gonna be like
okay.
an hour.
Oh, what you got?
I got a vegan pizza with pepperoni and sausage on it.
Nice.
Um, before anybody asks me how is it vegan, then it's vegan pepperoni every time. Um, you ended on you know understand how horrible that looks. Right?
No, I ended on a chatter suggested he have her blacklisted from
Oh,
panel shows.
you understand how weird that looks? If like a small girl streamer complains that Destiny manipulated her, now Destiny's contacting other shows telling them not to let her on. You understand how horrible that looks, right? A month later, he would do this exact thing. The reason why this situation is probably more difficult than anything I've handled in the past is because most people have a sense of shame or reputation or job or relationship or anything. There's some fucking Art of War Sun Tzu fucking quote about this but the problem is that Anna has nothing to lose. She can go as hard as she wants, as long as she wants, as much as she wants, and there's no repercussions. The next day, Stardust, a Steven ally who brushed off Anna's abuse claims on the Zerka panel, did a stream with Drew. a refreshing sane psychology student who advocated for Anna a year prior. Drew told Stardust he was concerned about the increased attention on Anna would bring more harassment her way after the Zerka hosted screaming match. It was inevitable that the drama vultures would come for their pieces of the Anna pie, and they'd be encouraged to help themselves so long as they were
Promulgating.
promulgating. Thank you.
Yeah.
Stephen's narrative. Within 22 minutes, Dan joined the call. I thought I'd come in here and defend the honor of my friend a little bit. I kind of see a victim and an aggressor. I guess you see it in another way, but I don't particularly give a shit about what the aggressor goes through when they do stuff. I care about the victim personally. Drew held fast to his original point. He doesn't want to see Anna harassed. Dan said actions have consequences to a certain extent. Like when someone does something bad or stupid, you call someone an abuser in front of everyone else because they stop talking to you. When that happens, bad things kind of come back to you. Yeah, he added, I didn't say anything for a long time because Steve asked me to, but it kept coming up. And it's like, do we just sit here and get fucked forever with no response? By this time, the shitting on Anna economically was the shitting on Anna economy was officially booming. If you search for Anna on Destiny, YouTube will happily take you to algorithm-guided tour of mocking streams, reaction videos, montages, and video essays. There's entire channels devoted to attacking her. On September 27th, 2021, Steven gave Anna an update on the stream, calling her the most abusive, manipulative motherfucker in the world. Anna started tweeting again because she's always tweeting. She's getting shit on Twitter a lot, which I guess is good. I hate to say that, but I don't know how to make her stop. Strategizing, he ruled out asking Twitch for help and shot down the idea of getting a restraining order. I thought about lifting the gag rule from my subreddit. I don't know. I'll probably keep it because we need to stop talking about her. But also, I need people to know that she's fucking insane, so I don't know what to do. He declared that Zerka would not be allowed to react to his streams anymore, or he'd file copyright claims against him, threatening his channel.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I think if you think about it from Destiny's perspective, it's like, oh, I'm being harassed. I need to do whatever I can to stop it from happening. But I think if you kind of look at it from a neutral perspective, it feels like this person has criticism about you, and you're willing to do anything to stop them from criticizing you or talking about you, which makes it look a lot crazier.
Yeah, whether there's anything bad happening or not, it makes you wonder. I feel like if somebody didn't know anything about this, they would be a little. So I want to address something that's I'm seeing a lot in my chat. Um, the purpose of this stream really is to serving to allow people who are interested in what is in the article to be able to blast the VOD at 2 times speed so they can hear what's happening, what's in the article in half the time, and they don't actually have to read it. I'm trying to make this article more accessible to the average person. Um, it is very difficult for me to read chat while I am reading. And while Benny's reading, I am also reading along because I am heavily invested in the contents of this article. So if that's not what you had in mind for this, I can guarantee you over the next week or two, there is going to be a lot of other streams where I am talking about what is in this article with more people than I can imagine. Talking about Mrgirl is kind of a thing that I do. So you want to hear me take a firm stance on this, it probably won't be until afterwards. I might comment on something here or there, take little breaks like this, but I can interact with chat. If Benny's reading, I can type something. I'm not going to speak over him. But also when he's reading, I'm also maybe I might be eating or like making sure that everything's good with my phone, make sure everybody's like fine. I'm married, I have a kid, a wife and a girlfriend, so I just, I get stuff going on, okay? If I missed your comment, feel free to join the Discord and message me or whatever. And I guess before I pick back up, like the stream on YouTube and follow me on Twitch. Gives you all the more ability to criticize how much I'm not doing the thing that you like. Steven read aloud a DM that he received from a longtime Twitter foe known as Squirrel. You need to stop talking to or about Anna going forward and remove any mentions of her from your community. The constant back and forth between you two is incredibly unhealthy for her. There is no possibility of resolution going down that route. I'm sorry, but the lifestyle you have chosen is one where this stuff is liable to happen. and there is no way you can stop it by offering money or blocking or whatever. You just have to deal with it and accept that whatever she does, which, by the way, in the grand scheme of things is incredibly marginal, what, she just talks about you on some shows, who cares, is the cost that you have to pay for that. In his reply, you have zero idea what you're talking about. Fuck out of my personal life. You are deranged. LMAO. The exchange was posted on Steven's subreddit with the title Squirrel Girl Returns. Thinks she's entitled to comment on Destiny's personal life. It has 997 upvotes. Steven continued, "Can you imagine if I was a woman being stalked by a guy and somebody DM'd me like that? Do you understand the level of fucking insanity that this is? Now this squirrel cunt has just tweeted this whole fucking manifesto about how I bring young girls and groom them on and shit on my stream." He also attacked a streamer named Matty Cakes after saying that they had squashed their beef in private call he'd illegally recorded. I don't know if he's saying it's in quotes. I don't know if Mrgirl's saying it was illegally recorded or Destiny said it was illegally recorded.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I'll have to ask about that. 5 days later, she's in somebody else's fucking chat saying, "Oh, Destiny defends misogynist. Okay, fuck Matty Cakes. Fuck her. Fuck everything about her online. Okay, fuck this piece of shit. Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser. Holy shit." On September 28th, 2001, a Steven defender named Irrelevant debated Zerka about who exploited Anna more between Steven and Zerka. Steven jumped on the call to attack Zerka for allowing Anna to shit-talk him in front of 3,000 viewers. Another streamer, Haas, justified platforming her critiques of Steven. Anna saw fit to vent her frustrations and problems, and one of the reasons she was doing that is because she's never actually had the opportunity to have a large audience to talk to that wasn't in the DGG cult. Steven, after demanding Haas be kicked from the call, countered that Zerka was farming a mentally ill girl for content and was probably scared of getting fucking banned because this girl might fucking kill herself after crying on your stream for 4 hours. That's not the best thing to say if you had sex with her. October 2nd, 2021, Steven ally named Aristocracy did a stream with Anna, who had been a friend of hers. She cross-examined Anna for 2 hours with a barrage of questions like, do you think that you have done some things to Destiny that could have been seen as emotionally abusive? She told Anna that her emotional vomiting in Steven's DMs was harassment, and explained that Steven was the real victim and Anna was the abuser. When would you reconnect? He would keep that a secret, right? He wouldn't tell people. He would still be acting on stream like you guys hadn't reconnected, and that really hurt you, okay? Totally get that. The thing is, that's also totally normal behavior for an abuse victim to reconnect and engage with their abuser when they're in vulnerable moments. So who knows what he has been going through, and maybe he went back to that person, and that person was you. That doesn't require some super evil, malicious intent on your part, but that's a known unhealthy dynamic where someone keeps going back, and they know that the people who care about them, I'm just guessing, and I might be totally wrong with Destiny, but maybe he knew that his viewers who cared about him and his fiance cares about him or anyone, that they would immediately be like, dude, do not go back. That's an abusive situation, and there's gonna be and they're gonna shit on him for it, so he keeps that secret. It's very normal behavior for the victim. After Anna left Aristocracy's stream, Dan called in saying, if Steven's guilty of anything, it's somehow getting back into a relationship with Anna when he should have fucking known it was a bad idea. But I can't fault him too much because he's probably thinking like, okay, this is the best way to make this end. She's somewhat happy. Aristocracy replied, I don't think she left him with any choice. Alicia, another streamer who's a friend of Steven's, in a reaction stream, or said in a reaction stream, it's not a relationship. We're just a hit it and quit it. You were too fucking crazy to handle that. You're too fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs to understand that you were just a vagina for a day. Get over it. Move on. On October 2nd, 2021, Stardust debated Zerka about his claim that Steven pumps and dumps women. Stardust said it was unfair to imply that Steven doesn't care about his sex partners. On October 8th, 2021, Ava and Preach, a man-focused commentary channel with 1.9 million subscribers, posted a video titled, Why Would You Call Me Princess? How Crazy Women Hold Men Hostage. The video is monetized and has millions of views. ABBA unlisted it at Steven's request years later, around the time I announced I was writing this article. On October 26, 2021, Steven blacklisted Anna from panel shows, stating, if any of the political panel shows or people are affiliating with Anna in any way, I'm not going on the show for 6 months. He read aloud a chat message that said, I think you might be able to report her to her school for ethics violations. She's psychoanalyzing people publicly. On October 1st, 2021, Steven posted in his offline chat, tell Anna if she leaks any of my sexting, I might have some pics to share. Anna took this as a threat to leak her nudes and would later refer to it as sexual abuse. In December 12th, 2021, Anna accused Steven of pressuring her to not use a condom when they had sex in 2020. He denied this, and she later admitted it was not true, that she'd said it out of anger. December 26th, 2021, Steven read the winners of his community's yearly awards. Panel Shit Show of the Year, Zirka Royale with Anna. Antagonist of the Year, Anna. Ally of the Year, Aristocracy. Neurodivergent of the Year, Mental Health Award, Awareness Award, Anna. Drama of the Year, Bob Seven. Anna came in second place. Of the Year, Anna. Why Would You Call Me Princess? Re symbolizes the baseless whining or screeching. On January 5th, 2022, Steven played a video games on stream while listening to Anna rant about him on her own stream, making occasional comments like, she's lying and nice. On January 23rd, 2022, Dan asked Steven how things were going with Anna. Steven, it's always the same. She's looping indefinitely. There's nothing else to really say. Dan, you think there's no way out of it for you? Yeah? Steven, not until she kills herself or kills me. Dan, alrighty, okay. Well, a little dark all of a sudden. Steven, what else can happen? Destiny reads aloud an email from a therapist who explains how they'd use DBT therapy to treat Anna's need to be a victim. He seemingly later attempted to give her this therapy himself on stream. That same day, Steven invited Anna to talk to him. The stream was titled Confronting Anna About Her Lies and Never-Ending Loops. Steven, you're actually insane. How can you not realize this? Anna, you're driving me crazy, Steven. How can you not realize this? Anna said she was upset he still calls her a stalker. Steven told her to drop it. Steven, if every time you bring it up on stream, then I respond to it, then it happens over again, why not just leave? Steven said she was having a psychotic break and that she wasn't really trying to let it go. Anna, I'm just hoping that people will slowly not think I'm a stalker. I don't know. Steven said, I'm not going to end on your terms, and accused her of faking breakdowns. Steven, you're like giddy right now to have this conversation, but simultaneously you say I made you suicidal. How does that work? Anna, I think you know that's my defense mechanism. Steven, yeah, it's called borderline personality disorder. I think that's what's going on. They argued about whether she meets the criteria for borderline personality disorder. Anna said she has OCD and can't stop herself from re-engaging. Steven, I've never in my life interacted with anybody that has the fortitude you do to carry forward in a negative way that is so self-destructive. You're steadfast in your engagement with your own self-destruction. Anna, because I can't let people think lies about me. I can't let it go. Steven asked Anna if she works on it in therapy. She said she works on her OCD. He then asked if she uses DBT as it's effective for people with borderline. They both laughed. Steven then read the criteria for borderline personality disorder and tried to convince her that she has it. Steven, you said that you were feeling suicidal. I think that matches under self-harm. Anna, some days I do feel suicidal, but that's because of all the harassment and stuff. I feel like, wow, this is just kind of hopeless. Holy shit, it's never gonna get better. Steven, been talking about me for over a year and a half. Anna, oh well, haven't you been doing the same thing? They made yet another agreement not to talk about each other. Steven says she won't even make it 12 hours. Steven, I think you've convinced yourself that because of the type of abuse I've subjected you to, that you would try to kill me in real life, and I think you would feel justified doing it. Do you think that you have a good enough reason on everything I've done to you? Do you think that you have a good enough reason to try to kill me? Anna, fuck no, dude. That's fucking insane. Steven, don't you think that if you did kill me, you would still be a victim in the situation because of mentally abusing you for so long and you had no other option? Anna, no, that's insane, dude. What the fuck? Anna claimed that Steven wants to hurt her. Steven, if I wanted to cause you maximum amount of pain and suffering, don't you think there's a million things somebody like me could do? I'm a pretty resourceful person. Oh, this is the part. This is the part.
What's the part? What part is this?
It's I just like quickly scanned down that I was mentioning earlier. If I the only
Oh,
reason you
okay,
wouldn't do it
okay.
is because of how it would impact you, not because it's morally wrong. Steven, why do you think it would impact me? Anna, I don't know. Get you banned or something? Steven, I can get around things. I'm sponsored by surfshark.deals/destiny. There's a VPN I could get where I have 3 months of free 80% discount. I can log into an IP from anywhere in the world. I'm sorry. I can't deny that was the best on the fly ad I've ever seen. Stephen opened up a website about psychosis that argued that she is psychotic and delusional. Anna explained that her thinking is not distorted to the point where it could be called a break from reality. Okay, I'm good. Uh, he asked if she's medicated. She said she isn't. He spent several minutes trying to persuade her to go get on antipsychotics or antidepressants. Anna accused Stephen of trying to make people think she's crazy, and he acknowledged that it was true. Yeah, I don't want anybody listening to you. I don't want people to think you're. I want people to think you're crazy because you lie about me constantly. He was referring to her lie about her pressuring her to use a condom, as well as evasiveness when confronted about why she recently promoted another streamer who hates Stephen. At the end of the conversation, Stephen said, "I'll look forward to responding to your clips tomorrow when I see you freaking out again," and reminded her of his ongoing offer to do group session with her and her therapist. Afterward, a viewer commented on Steven's subreddit, "Okay, I'm getting worried that this is a sex thing and that they're getting turned on by arguing in front of an audience, and I'm not sure if I feel comfortable participating anymore." January 24th, 2022, Nicholas De Oreo uploaded a video titled Destiny Schizo Stalker Debates 40 Discord Debate Bros. The video is of a recording of a Discord group call where several Destiny fans yell about Anna, often mimicking Steven's arguments, even his speech patterns. Man 1. Her big claim right now is that people are accusing her of lying, and she didn't, but the fact that she's here when she said she wasn't going to talk about this for 2 days literally demonstrating that she's a liar. And 2, can you just stop parroting whatever you heard Destiny say? And 3, it's not just parroting what Destiny says. We're here watching it in real time. Last night she said she wasn't going to talk about him. Here she is talking about it. She's lying. And 4, yes, toe the DGG line, toe the line, toe the line. Not a cult, not a cult, not a cult. Anna, why did these people join? Are you guys trying to get stalked by me or something? You gotta line up and take a ticket if you want to get stalked. Pretty funny. Dario, Anna, can I ask you a question? How do we figure out if somebody's lying? Do you know? Anna, usually you have to have some sort of evidence of intent, I would think. Dario, how would you think we find out evidence of intent? Have you ever watched a legal show or a trial or something where somebody's on trial and they're trying to establish intent? Do you know? He pressed her about how she's a liar. Steven's young fans blurted out random memes. January 24th, 2022, Aristocracy uploaded a video titled Anna Frills is Starting to Scare Me. Aristocracy drew a diagram of Anna's friendships, alleging that a sociopathic pattern of burning bridges and trying to ruin people's reputations amongst their friends. She watched a clip of Anna saying she won't forget the people who betrayed her, and says that if Anna murders her, this clip will be used in the trial for that. January 25th, 2022, Stephen Align drama streamer named Chud Logic uploaded and joins the call against Anna, warns Chud against platforming her, featuring Wicked Supreme and Dylan Burns. Oh, wow. Dylan was actually in on that. Dan warned the other orbiters, if you guys don't call her out and she's saying shit on here, you guys are gonna earn the fucking serious ire of Destiny like times 1,000. He also said, I think she's actually the type of person who might try to kill you. January 26, 2022, Dylan Birds uploaded, Dylan, you're being abusive, confronting Annavore about the Destiny drama, featuring Destiny. Dylan confronted Anna about the condom claim, going as far as saying she may have been the one pressuring Steven to use a condom, if anything. Dylan cross-examined her for 20 minutes before Steven joined the call and took over the questioning. He asked Anna why they didn't use condoms before they had sex. Shot back, why do you like being cucked? Steven laughed in feigned ignorance. How do I like being cucked? What? You want to go further? Anna asked, threatening to out the details of their sexting. As I mentioned before, Steven may enjoy being threatened in this manner. Steven urged Anna to stop talking about him in public, saying, at this point, if you continue to engage with it, I'm just making money off of it. I got 150,000 views on my last YouTube video. I'm profiting from your suffering, from your agony. Dylan said, legitimately, this would be a good reason for Destiny to just say, fuck it, I'm going to talk about it forever, just make money off of it, just make videos out of it. If I got to deal with all these accusations, I might as well profit off of it. Anna explained that her streams are compulsive and she's unable to stop from doing them. Dylan said she has a grim future ahead if she doesn't. Even said if she can go 6 months without talking about him, he will take down all of his videos about her and retract his statements about her being a stalker. February 6th, 2022, Steven attempted attempted what his fans call therapy session with Anna. While playing video games, Steven interviewed Anna methodically about her ruminations and coping strategies. I think the recommendation would be to remove yourself from those triggering environments, but I don't want to just completely give up and stop streaming because people are saying untrue things about you. That doesn't feel very satisfying, which is understandable. Have you thought about ways to reduce the interaction that you have with people that might say untrue things about you? Anna accepted his attempt to help, in spite of the fact that their main complaint is that Steven has called her an insane stalker multiple times. Even offered to retract that claim in exchange for her. I don't want to do too much interpretation here, but given the consistent back and forth between them, the on and off sexual nature of the relationship, and the lack of any real stalking behaviors, I don't think there's any justification for calling her a stalker. Stephen has explained to the audience that the experience of rumination is so foreign to normal people that they aren't able to comprehend the strength of obsessive thoughts. Eating a sandwich, Stephen suggested that Anna try redirecting her attention when she's in a thought spiral rather than fighting it. He told her
Can
to.
I say something about that paragraph where he said Mr. Girl says, I don't want to do too much interpretation here.
Mhm.
But given the consistent back and forth between them, the on and off sexual nature of the relationship, and the lack of any real stalking behaviors, I don't think there's any justification for calling her a stalker. I think the reason why Destiny calls her a stalker is because of the um the following him off platform onto other platforms to communicate with him, and communicating with other people in his life in order to talk about him. Now, I could see why Destiny would think that she's a stalker for those reasons, if those are the reasons. But I also think that there might potentially be like a self-protective or defensive kind of thing that Mr. Girl's doing there, because people accuse Mr. Girl of also being a stalker for messaging a bunch of people that Destiny knows for information for the article. I just thought that that was a little interesting.
Yeah, well, generally we think of stalking as somebody like physically following somebody somewhere. It
Mhm.
gets a little bit harder to figure out what we would label as stalking online. Um, I would say that some of her behavior would emulate like that of stalking if it had the same types of behaviors that happen in real life. I think that it um wouldn't be the craziest thing to call it that if that's what you're trying to convey, but I think you would still kind of have to caveat.
Yeah. To be clear, I don't personally, I don't think that what Mr. Girl did was stalking. And for Anna, I think I don't think that I wouldn't call it stalking, but I think it's probably a little bit closer than what Mr. Girl did, because it seems like she was trying to ingratiate herself in these communities, um, more so than Mr. Girl. Like Mr. Girl was just trying to get information and talk to people, whereas Anna was like trying to ingratiate herself in the same spaces as Destiny.
Yeah, I don't I just don't know how we would like define that.
Yeah. I'm definitely not. I'm not giving like a definition for like online stalking. I guess it's just kind of like an intuitive thing where I'm like, it's a little bit more. I can see it being a little bit more invasive, but
Let me put it this way: when it was happening and like I was watching the streams and stuff, I accepted it without a second thought.
yeah. So did I. Definitely.
Uh, Find stalker first. Well, I defined like what we would typically think of as stalking in real life scenarios. I just don't know exactly how that translates online. Rib. And sizzling wall. If you think that, so this guy in my chat keeps trying to get me to say that Anna is victim blaming, but this presupposes that Destiny's the victim here. And I don't really know if they're both the victim, if neither of them are the victim, or if one person is or the other. Not really sure. This is a very, very convoluted situation, and I don't think that I just think that I don't have the information for that. Depending on how you see it, I think that both of them could qualify as victim blaming, or neither of them. I just don't really know. That of all the things that are going to be in here, I think the Anna situation is the hardest one for me to like suss out.
I think based on what we've seen so far, I would probably say that Destiny is a victim to a certain degree, but I think after a while, um, after a while, any type of like real threat to Destiny kind of dissipated, and it felt like it was like people were just farming her for content. Like that entire stretch, kind of from like late December to like early February, where it's just a bunch of people talking to Anna and a bunch of people putting out videos about Anna and being like, oh, maybe she'll kill me, and all this kind of like unserious mocking of her while she's still clearly being severely emotionally affected by it. And people saying, "Oh, I can just make a bunch of money off of you and YouTube videos and all this kind of stuff." I think that when it got to that point, I think that any claim that Destiny was a victim had kind of gone out the window, and it was just like it was almost like something that everybody was just doing for fun and sport. Like they had just identified a target, and they're all just getting their licks in.
Uh, yeah. Well, when it comes to like it's if we're talking about somebody getting like the worst end of the deal here, it's obviously Anna. If it's we're talking about like in the public view, because Destiny has like a ton of people that are backing him no matter what. Anna has a widespread narrative that Destiny gets to shape. She really doesn't have any strong way to combat that. Um, if you look at how people respond to him and how people responded to her, it's very one sided. Any people that backed Anna, that shit was like very temporary.
Mm-hmm.
And there was strong ramifications for not backing Destiny uh, in this conflict.
Yeah, I mean, even Dan said so. Like he would. I think he said like
Yeah, his best
something
friend
like,
said it plain and simple. You'll get 1,000 times. You'll invoke Destiny's ire times 1,000.
yeah,
Um, and even if it's earned or not earned, if you think that she deserved it and all that, there is still very clearly going to be one side that's going to have much harsher punishment for engaging in essentially the same kind of thing. They're both really doing the same thing. They're both going hard as fuck against each other in a public platform. But like Anna will lose harder than Destiny no matter what. Even if she wins, she loses harder than Destiny.
mm,
Uh, oh shit! I think I accidentally scrolled. Yeah. Okay. He told her to form a support system that understands her OCD. Also, let's see. Wow, we still got okay. Uh, when we get to the next like Lincoln archive, do you want to take over?
yeah.
I still got a bit to go. But I know you did quite a bit too. So yep, sandwich. Okay. He told her to form a support system that understands her OCD, to make a plan, to redirect herself when she ruminates, and to talk up to her therapist about how to break her rituals. Before leaving, Anna said, "Thank you for your input and your understanding. I appreciate that." Speaking to chat, Steven said, "I did a lot of reading on OCD over the past few days, and I think I actually take back every single thing that I said. I don't know if she's borderline or histrionic
Histrionic.
at all. I think that a lot of her behavior can actually be explained through OCD, and I think that if I treat it as such, and if she's aware of it, and if we're all aware of it, it might be easier for her to move on through everything. I think it's probably better than just assuming she's like insane borderline person and blah blah blah." Within 2 weeks, they were sexting again and continued to sext intermittently till at least November 2022. February 24th, 2022, I met Anna at an impromptu panel. She was wary of me and I of her. I didn't know anything that had happened, but I'd been told by my new fans that she was a stalker and that Steven would be very upset if I platformed her. I uncharacteristically took this at face value, probably because I was enjoying my newfound fame and money. April 21st, 2022, Steven invited me to mediate a streamed conversation between him and Anna. By this point, I asked him about Anna and had accepted his explanation that they had a fling. She got obsessed with him and then things simmered down. Having no real knowledge of the relationship, I'd become complicit in her abuse by allowing Steven to frame the conflict on his terms. I joined the stream and asked Anna if she wanted to what she wanted to communicate to Steven, who was playing video games. I don't think I love the constant framing that he's playing video games. Um, I think to the average person, it might have a heavier weight to it, but it doesn't do anything for me.
I think well, I mean, what do you think he's implying when he says that?
Uh, I think it implies that he doesn't care or he's not taking the situation seriously. However, um, if you part of your job is playing video games and this is like the thing that you do every single day is that you talk to people having serious or not serious, oh no,
What?
conversations, like the wide range of conversations while playing video games. So I don't think that adds anything to me. My page broke. Yep, it. Okay. Do you think do you agree with that characterization?
Um, I think that's a part of it, but I think really what he's getting at is that Destiny has these types of conversations and host these like these drama filled situations in a non-caring kind of detached way just for the sake of content that it doesn't feel like he's really that strongly invested in what's going on because he doesn't really care about the people that are involved in it in the drama. I
Um,
think that's what he's trying to get at.
I think so too. I think that to people in this community, that's gonna come off as a little callous. Although I will say, the other day my girlfriend came over and I felt really bad because she popped by and I was like playing a ranked game of League and I can't just stop. If you stop playing, there's like pretty severe punishments, and I felt really bad and awkward to like be interacting with her while I was doing it because I felt shitty. It definitely feels like detached, but so like that's at my like personal level. Um, I don't necessarily know if that translates over to Destiny or not. I think in this community it might hurt him a little bit to frame it that way, but I think to the average person it does a good job at expressing what you and I both think is he's trying to express.
um I think if you're somebody in this community, if you I feel like you either agree with the framing or you don't, and I think the framing makes sense. But you can't like I think if you agree with the framing, it makes Destiny look bad. I think if you agree with the framing and you say that there's nothing wrong with it, I think that you're not even really critically thinking about the criticism because like I mean I can't really talk to people when I play video games. I know that to be a fact. I'm not really giving them my full attention and I feel bad when I do it, just like you. For Destiny to so constantly do that in every type of conversation that he has. I mean, there are plenty of people that I've even seen complain about it where they're like, I don't even really feel like bringing up my criticisms to Destiny because he's just playing video games. It feels like I'm talking to a brick wall. It feels like he just doesn't really care, like it's just content. Um, and I'm not saying that that's the case all the time. I mean, his explanation is that he's had the conversation so many times that he doesn't need to pay attention. But I feel like in a conversation where you're talking with somebody that you've had this ongoing back and forth conversation for 2 years with, where they have felt suicidal and cried and all this kind of stuff, and you've even admitted that you felt hurt by some of the things that they've said, for you to just have the conversation while and bringing in a new person into that drama in order to mediate it, for you to have the conversation while you're playing a video game, it just doesn't really look good, you know?
Uh, yeah, I think I get both sides of it.
Yeah.
Uh, okay, playing video. Anna, I feel like he minimizes just how upsetting and stressful this and painful this whole experience was for me. Get over it is sort of like the message. I asked how she was feeling. Just depressed and hopeless, and why do I bother studying psychology anyway? She said the damage to her reputation made her want to drop out of school and disappear from the internet. I pointed out that Destiny has steeled himself against online harassment, so he's unlikely to acknowledge how this is affecting her. He once told me that if he let the hate get to him, he probably would have killed himself a long time ago. Destiny argued that while their original blowout was traumatic for Anna, From that point on, the trauma had been self-inflicted. The only person that can stop it at this point is her, so I don't know what I can do. My infinite charity for Destiny, I said, you have so much more power than her in this situation that even if you're trying to make a conscious effort to repair it and protect her from yourself and your community, you still almost really can't. He replied, sure, but then what can I do? Because I'm the one that gets attacked, right? Surprised at his unwillingness to acknowledge the power differential, I pointed out that anything negative you say about her is amplified by 10 million compared to what she says about you. Destiny replied, but I don't say I don't say negative things about her. Taken further aback, I said, even if you're just implying, you're implying negative things about her right now in this conversation. The mediation started to seem impossible because Destiny wouldn't actually take a position. Got that from me. Why do you care about what she says, Destiny? Technically, I guess I don't, because I can just do this, but for her sake, it's probably not healthy, right? Me. I hate when people call me an abuser. It doesn't affect you. Destiny. Everybody calls me an abuser. I don't care at this point. Me. Doesn't that make it worse? Destiny. No, it is what it is. I don't care. Me. Okay, so you're saying that your request for her to stop calling you an abuser or stop relegating this is, Destiny, I think it's bad for her mental health. A few minutes later, I paraphrased his position. I'm telling this person to stop saying bad stuff about me only for her own good. I'm a saint and I just want what's best for you. And what's best for you is to keep my name out of your fucking mouth, you lying bitch. After a pause, Destiny asked his chap, where did I go to get that dragon stone? Giving up on reaching him, I left him with this. You're both each other's worst nightmare. Destiny's worst nightmare is that he's going to turn into a sensitive, thin-skinned, ranting, raving, crying woman. And Anna's worst nightmare is that she's going to turn into an abusive predator who abuses her power and steps on people and hurts them. Sometime during the spring, Destiny deleted every Discord DM he has ever sent Anna. May 26, 2022, Destiny directed his audience to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread, effectively doxing her on his stream. He did this likely in retaliation for something she said about him on stream, explained in their DM exchange below, despite being on relatively good terms and despite having sexted her 2 days prior. Kiwi Farms is a forum where users track and discuss lives of locals, internet figures who provide entertainment in the form of Schadenfreude. It's common for forum users to dox targets and take sadistic delight in the psychological harm they inflict. Cheerfully, Destiny said, this is my only non-media blackout time. Someone on Kiwi Farms has made a thread of Anna. I am only doing non-media blackout because I know you fuckers are going to find it slowly over the next week or two, and then talking about it in chat and then getting big bans. So if you're obsessed with Anna and you want to talk about her all the time, you chatter, you can actually go to Kiwi Farms and you can go and post all you want, read all you want, make accounts there. People put a lot of effort into categorizing, archiving everything. There you go, okay? All right, boom. Now back to media blackout mode. Oh, the reason why we do the media blackout is because anytime she gets any attention, that will loop and feed into itself for fucking hours or weeks or months or whatever. Anna's Kiwi Farm thread has been created 2 weeks earlier and average 1.4 posts per day. The day Destiny signal boosted the thread, there were 35 posts, followed by another 99 that week. Anna's full name and city were doxed that day as Destiny announced the thread, with one user saying, Kimmy just lied on stream saying that her dox is fake and the information is not true. Alright, challenge accepted, stalker. The user posted Anna's family photos and screenshots of her family's social media to prove that she had been successfully doxed. Anna DM'd Destiny, what the fuck is wrong with you? You just outed that Kiwi Farms thread about me. Dude, you are horrible. Destiny, I have a media blackout related to your stuff and I wanted everyone to get it out before people were talking about it incessantly over the next 2 weeks as more and more people discovered it. You were constantly talking about me on your stream, so I think it's fair for me to bring it up. You went as far as to say I was sexually abusive last time you mentioned me. Anna, because you threatened to leak my nudes, you fucking psychopath or sociopath. You literally ruined my fucking life. You just doxed me on your stream. Fuck you. You put me in danger. Destiny, you're doing it to yourself, and you're going to keep doing it to yourself. October 24th, Lav, a 24-year-old streamer Destiny in the sexual relationship with, told Destiny on stream that he hadn't done a good job of protecting Anna from harassment. Destiny immediately threatened to cut ties with her if she kept talking. I was a part of that stream as well, and I agreed with Lav that he was not simply Anna's victim. I still knew very little about the relationship. Shouting, Destiny said Anna's abuse of him was as straightforward as somebody being locked in a basement, beaten and starved. He went to the bathroom, leaving Lav and me to talk alone in front of the audience. I said if she wanted to push back against the claim she was defending his abuser, she should take the position that Anna didn't really lock him in the basement. The chat was ignited. Why talk about it, retard? Don't say that. Destiny, are you okay? Manipulators latching onto the thing that can hurt Destiny. Victim blaming. Mrgirl and Lav are narcissists. Destiny fans started multiple posts in my subreddit. The topic of Anna is banned from his, about how I was weaponizing his abuse without understanding the situation. He commented, why are we reopening this can of worms? It feels like other people's trauma is being hijacked so that people can win an argument. This is something that has to be discussed. Do it in private for the love of God.
That's ironic, considering how much people talked about the Anna situation in public.
Yeah. Nobody cares when I guess it only flows in one direction. Destiny can talk about it whenever he wants, but nobody else can talk about it.
Yeah.
I'll do this next one that also has a link, and I'll check the link and see if there's anything worth, and then I'll throw it to you. I don't care what Steven thinks about it, to be honest. This was a line for me. I don't know exactly what I can see from Max to erase the feeling of absolute disgust I have right now. Oh, I see. Thought there's gonna be a problem with feeling angry. Genuinely, it being hurt. I don't know what happened between and Anna really, but I know that if he puts the ethical safeguards in place that I'm suggesting won't happen again, so it's relevant to bring up, not to blame him or excuse her behavior, but to point out he's playing with fire. People asking him not. Okay. Wait, what do you mean wrong? Wait, did I say that was wrong? I was just reading. I literally was just reading. Oh, you're saying that's whataboutism. Uh no, Destiny would randomly bring it up on stream. Like if Destiny decided that he wanted to talk about Anna, he'd talk about Anna. But if other people talked about Anna, like he would, like he had like a lot of like strict rules in place. If like people included Anna or if people talked about Anna, he would try to shut them down, all that. So like it did flow in one direction. I don't think that it was. I'm not. I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong for him to do that, but I agreed with Benny that it's ironic. But I understand how it can be taken that way. I just sort of thinking out loud. It's not my intention to frame it as though that's inherently wrong. I'm gonna have to, like, after I read all this, I'm gonna have to like ruminate on it too. Uh, it's all yours whenever you want to read, Benny.
Okay, I got it. Though I had been warned never to mention Anna, I was still surprised by the response and pointed out that Steven had fucked the streamer, didn't hold boundaries with her despite calling her a stalker, and didn't hold his boundary with Lav about not wanting to talk about it. I couldn't understand why the fans of this 33-year-old millionaire shit talker were rushing to hold his boundaries for him. 2 weeks later, I found out he'd been sexting her on and off all along. I felt strongly that I should speak out about it, if only to repent for my own complicity, and began working on this project. November 10th, 2022. Stephen found out I was investigating his professional relationships and accusing him of sexual misconduct. He launched a counterattack immediately, calling me a rapist, abuser, manipulator, and narcissist on stream. Anticipating this, I begged Anna for 3 hours to give me a screenshot proving he was still sexting her. She was extremely resistant, as she felt a screenshot would be too much of a violation of Stephen's privacy, and she didn't want to jeopardize her ongoing relationship with him. She suggested I go public without it, saying she would provide one if Stephen denied the claim. Fearing I would be hung out to dry, I recruited my girlfriend and Lav to help me convince her. Stephen started up the attack stream titled I'm Nuclear and began his campaign to smear and discredit me. I still had permissions in his Discord server, so I jumped onto the stream and said, "You've been sexting consistently with Anna for a year." He responded, "Me and Anna don't have any problems." I said everything I said everything that he said about her is a lie and that she never stalked him. He countered that she did stalk him, but that stopped a year ago. They've been cool since, and he has no obligation to provide the public with details of his personal sex life. When I kept arguing, he muted me, so I left. Anna gave the screenshot and I tweeted it out. She would later DM Steven. The only reason I even showed Mrgirl that screenshot was because he said it will help people to see that I'm not a stalker. Keep this private, okay? Because please, because Max scares the shit out of me. He is insanely manipulative, like holy smokes. The amount of coercion he was putting on me to send him a screenshot of our sexting was insane. It's like nothing I've ever experienced before. Steven. Yeah, I know. He's got you and Lav twisted into this idea that I'm running around sexually manipulating and abusing people on my stream, lol. The next day, Anna DM'd me. I'm not happy that Lab broke our privacy agreement. I'm also sorry that my behavior has been two-faced. I'm scared that you're going to come after me now like Lab has. I replied, no. I knew you would go back to him. You're trapped just like I am. I've been struggling to get out of his grip for a year. I'm just like you and I see that now. I've been crying all day. 2 days later, on November 13th, Destiny reacted live to Chud Logic panel discussing Lab's abuse claims against Destiny. Anna was in Chud Logic's audience chat, asking to be let on so she could speak for herself. Destiny, laughing, said, dude, Anna is probably mentally completely getting fucking destroyed right now. A moment later, he said, that's not funny. I shouldn't. As he listened to Lav criticize his relationship with Anna, Destiny said, me and her are cool. Everything is fine or whatever. But just to be clear, this idea that she's some slave of mine is unreal. Lav is totally inventing this idea. But moments later, an audience member sent Destiny a screenshot of Anna's messages in Chud Logic's chat. Oh, Anna's in Chud's chat saying what now? He weaponized that powerful platform against me to the point where I was held hostage to him. I was literally, okay, well, never mind. Maybe she's just saying it now, I guess. Over the nearly 3 years since the first conversation, Steven has mentioned Anna in more than 150 streams. Sam. In early 2021, Steven funded and organized door-to-door canvassing for the mayoral campaign of a political novice, Mrgirl, in Omaha. The two also did promotional media appearances together. As the primary election neared, the communities of rival political streamers and former proteges of Stevens criticized Stevens' involvement in the campaign, noting in particular his 2020 comment that the rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing. On March 2nd, 2021, Stephen invited an Omaha resident who had criticized him on Twitter for a chat on stream. Sam, a non-binary 21-year-old, was a fan of Stephen's rival streamers, Hassan and Bosch, and thought Stephen was poisonous for Gudgel's campaign. Sam began, I'm concerned. I'm from Omaha. I live in Omaha. And I'm concerned with a potential mayor candidate campaigning with someone like you, who has said the N-word and said the F-slur online, and Stephen, why did you focus so much on me and not on Mark's actual policy positions or what Mark believes? Like you realize I'm not part of Mark's campaign. I'm not running for office. Sam, but you're definitely bringing over your supporters and your fans. Stephen, do you think that you should be vetting and denying help if you don't agree 100% ideologically with every single canvasser or somebody that comes to volunteer? Sam fought valiantly, but was unable to keep up with Stephen's confusing reframing of the argument. Sam also described feeling nervous and overwhelmed as Stephen got angrier and angrier. Stephen accused Sam of participating in disgusting party politics, saying, you actually don't know anything about Gudgel. Sam said, I do know about him. I work at Omaha North High School, dude. I work there. I'm doxing myself, dude. At the time, Mark was an English teacher at Omaha North. While they spoke, Stephen's fans scoured Sam's Twitter. They found a couple racial and homophobic jokes, which Stephen read aloud and displayed on screen. In one, Sam had said, very easy to spot the Jew in the flood of Christmas tweets, while teasing a friend at age 15. Sam, it's weird that you're that obsessed with me that you're going that far. Steven, okay. Hey, these are all on your timeline. It's easy to search on your timeline and look for things. Sam, don't you think that's weird? That's a close friend of mine that you're Steven. Oh, so you think it's okay to make racist jokes if it's to close friends? The debate turned increasingly ugly, with Steven giving zero credit to the idea that associating with him could possibly be bad for a political candidate. The conversation lasted 90 minutes, with Sam falling silent for 45 minutes after calling in an ally to debate Stephen. When the ally left, Sam was drunk and said so, and noticeably slurring. Having lost his patience with what he perceived as leftist cancel culture, Stephen told Sam, you only exist to hurt other people. As Stephen began to wrap up the conversation, Sam said, pull your dick out and say you're Hassan's baby boy. Stephen, first of all, how do you even know that I have a penis? That's kind of a weird assumption. Sam, pull your dick out, wave it around, and say you're Hassan's baby boy. They fought over who has more of a right to claim Omaha as their city. Stephen lived in Los Angeles at the time, but his son was being raised in Omaha. Eventually, Sam, increasingly incoherent, just said, blah, 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 and laughed drunkenly. Stephen gave his closing insult. I hope the relentless negativity continues to play well for you when you're ultra depressed, when you cry in the middle of the night, When you realize that you are a sad, pathetic person, all you can do is contribute negativity online. Sam interrupted repeatedly, saying, fuck you, I'm here, bitch, you aren't." Stephen muted Sam, who immediately left the call. Stephen lamented the fact that, despite having broadcast thousands of hours of himself talking, he is still held up to such a standard that if I've ever said anything or done anything, I get crucified for it. It really disappoints me that I have to constantly defend and relive and deal with the worst things I've said throughout the history of my existence. The following morning, the University of Nebraska at Omaha's student paper, The Gateway, printed a highly critical story about Stevens' involvement with Gudgel's campaign. In addition to referencing Stevens' controversies, the author also included accounts from locals who described Stevens' canvassers as aggressive and pushy. Gudgel told Steven he would have to cut ties with him. Hours before the campaign made the official announcement, Steven wrote in his public chat, "I think Mark's suspending his campaign." No, he didn't suspend his campaign, but he did end up losing in the primary. He's getting threats and shit to his family. He says that the stress, etc., is destroying him. It's not far lefties, it's ITPOL obsessed white people at the moment. People obsessed with supporting black women. Mark wants to remain relentlessly positive, but now that it's over, I'm going to write something more scathing. At 10 a.m. before Gudgel's announcement, Stephen posted an essay titled "Incredibly Disappointed at the Lack of Journalistic Integrity at UNO's The Gateway" and writer Hannah Michelle Bussa. Little link. Okay, so it's on the subreddit. Wow. 6,500 likes. Okay. The Reddit post would receive 6,500 upvotes, making it the most popular r/Destiny post to this day. Stephen accused Bussa of intentionally misrepresenting his views on BLM, downplaying his progressive activism, and printing lies about him told by supporters of rival candidates. Additionally, he posted screenshots of the author's personal social media pointing to a supposed conflict of interest because he followed a rival campaign's manager on Facebook. The Gateway's article's comment section was swarmed by Stevens fans. The tweet announcing the article received 28 likes, while one of the many replies accusing Busa of bias with a screenshot of her Facebook account received 576. That afternoon, Stephen would do a stream titled "Debunking the Hit Piece and Addressing the Attacks" mini manifesto, but he had one other order of business to attend to first. Sam. Stephen consulted his chat. Steven, someone in here said the drunk guy or whatever worked with kids. Does anyone have a clip to that? Plus, want to clip me the sexual harassment comments he made about me taking my dick out? I'll forward to his employment. A fan, do you really think these people you talk to caused the threats to Mark's employment? Otherwise, this is really bad. Steven, fuck off, you concern trolling inbred dipshit. If people want to be held accountable, then let's hold these people accountable. He sent the following email to Omaha North High School. Hello, Sam claimed to be claimed to be employed by your school. I'm not sure if he was truthful or not, but if he is, I'd like to make you aware of some strange sexually aggressive comments he was making online yesterday. He'd also made a number of tweets containing anti-Semitic humor in them, though I believe he's privated his account and probably deleted them by now. Sorry for any trouble this causes. Thanks for taking the time to read. Steven. Darius. In July of 2022, Melina caught Steven having an affair. Both her and Steven told multiple people the details of the affair, making it an open secret in Steven's community, but a secret I've nonetheless agreed to keep. At the time, Melina was extremely distraught and unstable and sought emotional support from Darius, a small 25-year-old streamer in Steven's community who was a close friend and previous sex partner of Melina's. After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Steven, and Darius would get a break from his own troubled relationship with his 23-year-old then fiancee Sushia. Darius had been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. According to Darius, she had also floated the idea of renting an apartment where he could live with her in exchange for doing camera work for her content creation. Darius claims that on the first night, while sharing a bed, Melina wore lingerie to sleep and pressed herself against him. Melina would later vehemently deny this occurred. Darius had brought 2 MDMA doses to Austin, which he and Melina had planned to take together, but he first warned her that he might become infatuated with her once the drug took effect. Melina found this disclosure off-putting and abruptly told him to leave Austin. Darius flew home the same day. Upon returning, he found out he was being fired from his job. Now it was his turn to confess suicidal feelings to Melina, but she replied only to ask him about the bag of mushrooms he left in Austin, ignoring his request for help. At one point, Darius wanted to stab himself, but he kept changing his mind by the time he retrieved a knife. He started keeping knives within arm's reach. Sushi urged him to go to the hospital, but he refused. On top of everything else, Darius's new puppy, sick with par- parvovirus, needed an emergency surgery that would cost up to $10,000. Paying for it was out of the
Thank you
question,
for
so
the follow.
Darius started a GoFundMe and asked for donations on Twitter. Hey guys, I'm very saddened to announce that my dog needs an emergency surgery today or she won't make it. If any Oilers out there see this and have the empathy and compassion to donate, I would really appreciate it. I'll get your name tattooed or do anything you want within reason. I'm really at my last breaking point. On August 22nd, 2022, Trainwrecks, a successful and famously generous Twitch streamer, gave Darius the $10,000. Darius tweeted, I can fucking cry, bro. Thank you at Trainwrecks TV and everyone who donated to help. I lost so fucking much this month, and if I lost her, I legit don't know what headspace I'd be in. 5 minutes away from euthanizing her at the vet, and Trainwrecks comes out of nowhere. I owe you all. 14 minutes later, Melina posted in Steven's public chat, that dog will get sick again. I could call him a fucking moron and save his money for other shit. He has issues within life that he fucked up, and not on a fucking dog. Spending 10K on a 5 months old dog when you're not financially stable is something someone has to say no to. Maybe comes off as a dick, but it's the truth. August 27th, 2022. Talking to his audience, Steven announced that he would not publicly discuss Melina's comments about the dog because people are way too fucking emotionally attached to fucking animals. In 2017, Steven posted a video called My Early Life Was Really Bizarre, in which he described his grandmother repeatedly buying and euthanizing dogs for no reason, two of whom he remembers being particularly attached to. To Steven's great sadness, his father was unable to convince his grandmother to spare them. 30 seconds after Steven's refusal to discuss the issue publicly, Darius joined the stream. He angrily told Steven that he was not upset by Melina's lack of sentimentality about the dog, but by her coldness towards him. As Destiny made as Darius made his case, Tabor Pepper, an NFL player and a fan of Stevens, joined the conversation to mock him and blame him for the dog's sickness, saying, dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting parvo, you fucking idiot. You're retarded, you're retarded. Stephen laughed with glee as Pepper demeaned Darius, who became increasingly agitated. I think the worst thing I did here was try, and then you guys are like shitting on me for it. Are you telling me I should have just fucking sat there and kicked the bucket and just let myself fucking die? It's like I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Tabor smugly asked, did you get pet insurance after she contracted parvo from the kennel? Stephen laughed again as Darius gave a stumbling explanation about how Sushi's employer provided insurance had not kicked in yet. Egged on by Stephen's mirth, Tabor gave a rundown of Darius' past financial failures while the audience mocked him. Melina typed in the audience chat, "I don't, I didn't fuck him or date, so he flew home from Austin mad, Omegalol." Darius yelled, "Kill yourself, you stupid sped. Unironically, you should have killed yourself the day you had the chance." And minutes later, I've done enough to not give a fuck, and honestly, Tabor worried he was about to out the identity of Steven's mistress, cut him off. Slow down, take a couple breaths. Let's calm down, chill. Steven, I'm just trying not to get caught in the crossfire right now. Tabor, let's not say stuff. Steven, if you want to fight with Melina, that's cool. Darius, I'm not going to leak any of your stuff. Steven, okay, never mind, then go off, King. Melina joined the call and traded jabs with Darius until he eventually calmed down and said sadly, what I expect from you is to care at all. Melina replied that she didn't want to interact with him anymore, explaining, most of your messages really has been, I'm going to go kill myself. And for real, I've had friends call me about you. Several friends tell me that you're about to go kill yourself. I did not want to be involved or interact. Darius said, I thought the level of care was reciprocated after I sat there with you for multiple months, days, and weeks about fucking this whole shit with Steven and you talking about even killing yourself. Steven laughed at this and said, got a lot of suicidal people on the call right now. Everybody needs to chill out a little bit. He then asked for a timeline of events of the weekend in Austin and moderated as they argued about who had made a sexual advance on whom, with Dan tossing in bombs such as, he said verbatim, there was a lot of crotch rubbing going on, and the ass to crotch pipeline, that is highly sexual stuff. When Darius read aloud a DM in which he'd asked Melina if she wanted him to leave Austin or stay, Steven got tired of playing with his food and went in for the kill. Okay, real quick, can I give you what it sounds like and what probably Melina's read is on this? And I could be wrong. Just this is like my general feeling, and I'm being fair. I've heard Melina's side of the story more than your side, so obviously I have more information on that side, which may or may not be incorrect. Doesn't that have more information? Doesn't doesn't that message sound a little bit like you're kind of asking her, is there like a chance that something is going to happen here, or should I just leave and go back to sushi? Projecting nuanced curiosity, Steven laid out what I believe was the real reason for the stream. Like Bob 7 before him, Steven thought Darius had tried to destroy his marriage. Dan urged Sushi to join the call, and she did. She was furious with Melina for mocking Darius while he was in need of help. Sushi and Melina had also previously had a sexual relationship, making things even more complicated. Sushi reprimanded her. The polite thing to do would be to message him and say, I don't think we're friends anymore. That's just a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just reach out to him first. That would be the polite thing to do in that instance. Melina replied, Yeah, I don't care that much. Sushi, I don't feel the need to do this type of shit publicly. The only reason I'm here now is because I feel like Melina is trying to act a certain way that isn't true to her character. And she's trying to act like, oh, I'm just so, I don't know what's going on, blah, 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 blah. But behind the scenes, she's such a fucking bitch. Steven, sure, then that's fair, and you said your piece, okay? Darius, bye guys, fuck you, Melina. Tabor, have fun with that, Darius. Steven had ushered Darius out so that he and the other two millionaires, Dan and Tabor, could host a dating advice show. As of this writing, the dog is healthy and happy. Well, that's nice. That's a nice way to end the story.
It is nice. Barbo's no fucking joke. My wife's a vet tech. I have to hear about that shit all the time. It's like terrifying. Uh, it's like that should happen to humans. That's like a made up movie disease.
What does it do? What happens when
Uh,
you have parvo?
a lot of times they end up puking and shitting themselves to death.
Wow.
And all they can really do for it is just give them fluids and hope. There's very little that can happen. So if my wife treats a dog, I guess saying she's a vet tech isn't even that accurate now because now she's a surgery tech. So if she's involved with any dogs that have that, she has to come home, go into the back patio, strip down. I didn't say it requires surgery. She has to like strip down and then like put all of her clothes like in a bag and then go take a shower and then like wash those clothes. I Relax. I was saying that my wife isn't a vet tech anymore. She's been like promoted to a surgery tech. But she still does like vet tech stuff, but that's like the better title, so that's what she uses because that's what she does more often than
I see. Wait, so what was the $10,000 for that Darius needed?
not. I don't know.
Well,
It might have been I mean, it could have been the dog had other issues and the parvo made it like seriously more complicated. I'm not really sure. I'll actually ask my wife about it. Oh, I see what you meant, Parallax. That's my bad. Yeah, I'll ask my wife about it and I'll comment on that later because she'll be like super duper happy to answer that. She'll be like, "Oh, I know all about this. I'll tell you all the things." Do you want me to take it from Eric, or do you want to keep going? What do you want to do?
um, I'll keep going.
All right, you got it, buddy.
On August 25th, 2022, Merrick DeVille, a previous sexual partner of Destiny's, quote tweeted a video of Destiny jokingly asking Nick Fuentes, did Israel count as right wing terrorism? Fuentes had come over to Destiny's house for an in person stream that disturbed many, including me. Merrick captioned the video, I'm owed so many apologies, lol, in reference to a previous argument she'd had about whether Destiny was truly becoming friendly with Fuentes. 2 weeks earlier, Merrick had attempted suicide. While she was in the hospital and without her knowledge, her partner created a GoFundMe to cover the $4,000 bill for her week-long stay. Well aware of this, Destiny said the following in response to Merrick's tweet about Fuentes. There's something profoundly sad, not just with victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with the people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me. I wonder if they're as much of a burden to the people around them as they seem. Do they even have the wherewithal to realize how fucked of a situation they're putting everyone around them in? Do they care? Or maybe they just need another 4K. Who knows? Good luck. 2 days later, a streamer named Bryce mockingly brought up the situation on a panel with Destiny, Not So Erudite, and Sock Darling, who was friendly with Merrick. Bryce, you made a pretty good point that when somebody has I think it was like a recent suicide attempt, maybe they should take a break or hiatus from social media. Sock Darling, maybe we should take a different topic. I feel that's still a little far off from our topic at hand. Bryce, well, I mean, I think it's still pretty reasonable because people will usually dump everything that's going on in their life and start like a GoFundMe. Destiny started to laugh. Bryce, and be like, oh my gosh, all this bad shit is happening to me. I need to start a GoFundMe and all this stuff. So I still think that it's kind of linked. It's kind of relevant. Destiny laughing. Hold on. Do you know the backdrop of any of this? Not so erudite started to laugh. Bryce. Vaguely, but not really. Destiny. Okay, go ahead. Take it away, erudite. What do you think about that? Not so erudite laughing. What? No. Do not. To me. Destiny. Okay, Sock Darling, go. Me and Kai have dominated the conversation. One of you need to fucking contribute, okay? Not so erudite. What the fuck do you mean? I've been fighting with Kai about evolution. Sock Darling, I'm shy. Destiny. Okay, well that's cool. So it's like a typical two-parent household where the women do none of the work. Gotcha. Not so erudite. Yeah, gotta bring in the money for us. Sock Darling. I for one support gay dads. Not so erudite. How do you feel about people using their trauma to raise money on a GoFundMe? Destiny. True. Sock Darling. Why is it on me? Destiny. Well, I said thumbs down. Kyla says thumbs down. What do you say? Sock Darling. What do you say? Destiny. I said thumbs down. Not good. Sock Darling. I don't know. I think people, if someone needs the money, they should be able to raise money. Destiny. That wasn't the question. Should people drop trauma dump and then raise money off of it on Twitter? That's the question. Sock Darling. I don't think you should trauma dump. I don't think you should trauma dump. No. Can you take over?
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Denims and Little E Fox. In 2019, Denims and Little E Fox were both small female streamers in their early 20s who had sexting relationships with Destiny and who were featured on his streams. Little E Fox also had sex with both Destiny and Melina in September of 2019. After TwitchCon, Denims had planned to stay in Destiny and Melina's apartment in Los Angeles. Destiny gave Denims instructions for letting herself in and a friend from Destiny's community into the apartment, which he always left unlocked. That's a bad decision. Denims and her friend had sex on Destiny and Melina's bed upon arriving. Destiny became concerned that Denim's friend had spent time around his unlocked computer. Melina was upset they had sex on their bed too, so they were no longer welcome to stay in Destiny's apartment. Later in the week, Little E Fox let herself into Destiny's apartment to charge her phone early in the morning. She left the charger there the previous day, and everyone inside the apartment was asleep. After seeing Denims acknowledge on her stream that things were generally tense, Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little E Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. On October 3rd, 2019, in a stream that would be uploaded with the title Destiny Addresses the TwitchCon 2019 Drama, Destiny painted the women as creepy and entitled. Destiny, if I'm going to be completely 1,000,000% honest, I think I literally had one orgasm the entire weekend, okay? So I know a lot of people that are under the impression that I was literally fucking my way through like 20 million people. I actually didn't. Like, it was pretty crazy. I was busy like a motherfucker over that whole weekend. He went on to describe Little E Fox as being really anxious and needing a babysitter. She had never been to a crowded convention before, which caused tension between Melina and Little E Fox. The chatter wrote, "Dude, what the fuck, Destiny? I'd be so fucking pissed, Destiny. I think I let people like get away with a little bit too much, but like I'm pretty chill with most things. But like, yeah, I mean, like that's like it's pretty." He trailed off. Destiny. I'm a little annoyed that because I don't know what they've been doing in my apartment for a day, I don't want to. Whatever. I talked to Denims multiple times about this, and she gave a lot of different stories to a lot of different people. It was pretty obvious that she was lying about stuff. So, like, somebody starts lying, it's really hard to tell where the lies stop and the truth begins. So it's like I couldn't do anything. Destiny described waking up one morning to messages from Little E Fox saying she was going to let herself in to get her charger, since no one seemed to be awake. Destiny. Little E Fox was typing in my chat about Caterino sleeping on my couch. Then she was like, "Oh, wow." Caterino? Sorry. She was like, "Oh, wow. I believe Caterino sleeps with her glasses on and stuff." And I was like, "Oh, God. It's just it's just like scary as fuck, okay? It's like really fucking scary." Oh, and apparently when Little E Fox was here, she said Denims was sleeping here too. So she must have come back at some point that night, was sleeping, and then also left. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck was coming in and out of my fucking apartment. With a speech to chat donation, someone asked, "Why didn't you close the door after the first time it happened?" Destiny paused, heard the question, and ignored it. He continued the story, claiming that Denims and Little E Fox showed up his apartment unannounced yet again. Little E Fox was watching the stream live and protested Destiny's version of events, typing in the audience chat, "We said we wanted to fucking talk because of the drama. You're making it a bigger deal. You knew we were coming." He was met with insults from other viewers. Leech. Bad person. Be gone, thought. You're a child. Other chatters were perplexed as to why Stephen was doing the stream at all. He explained that it was necessary in order to preempt potential accusations of sexual coercion. Destiny. Well, now it kind of looks like, so what I don't want people to think is, I don't want people to think like, oh, I brought Denim's a little E-Fox here to fuck since they both turned me down. I kicked them out of my apartment. I don't want it to sound like some crazy shit like that, or that I brought somebody and they were uncomfortable with something because I tried to rape them and now I'm kicking them out because they didn't cave into it or whatever. Destiny, yeah. So what else? I think that giving any more details makes other parties look really, 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 really bad. So I don't know. It's not like I'm leaving things out that make me look bad or something. I don't think. Okay, I think we're done with this. Are we good? So that's why they're not here now. I don't know what stream is gonna look like in the future for both of these people. I don't know. Maybe we'll chill and who cares in the future. Or maybe I'll be ass mad for a while. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. But now I guess that's more or less pretty much everything is out. He read a chat message aloud. Destiny, are you going to learn from this mistake or keep fucking mentally handicapped women? Listen, all the older women are either non-existent or unavailable emotionally, or they're in a relationship. He read another message. Destiny, you can't say it makes them look bad and then claim the high road by not saying it. You just made them look you made them look just as bad as if you said it. No, I'm not. Trust me. Trust me on that one. White Nervosa. White Nervosa is a small trans streamer. Started talking to Destiny. Oh, sorry, White Nervosa, a small trans streamer, started talking to Destiny in November of 2017 when she was 25 and he was 28. Between then and July of 2018, they exchanged over 2,000 DMs. I don't know if that's a lot or not. You think it's a lot?
Mm,
I mean, I'd be
over the
talking to
course
people.
of it was like 8 months, 2,000 DMs. Mm, that's kind of a lot.
Is
I
it?
mean, I don't know. I don't talk to people that much, so for me, that's a lot. I mean, that would be me talking to somebody like how often would that be? That would be like 30 messages a day. Yeah, I wouldn't send somebody 30 messages a day.
I tell you what, when I start talking to somebody, especially if it's like a chick, I'll like go through my phone to try to find something from the day before. Like, oh God, I be talking. I be talking.
Hmm.
They take me like a full minute or two to get to the top. Like, God, it didn't seem like a lot. So I don't know. I think it was put in there to make it sound like a lot, but I'm not really sure.
Well, it is a lot, but it might be normal to talk a lot with somebody over 8 months if you're trying to be sexual with them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah, yeah,
maybe that's the implication then. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. White Nervosa did not appear on camera for her streams and did not tell Destiny she was trans. When he asked her height, she told him she was 5'11". He replied, "Were any of the guys you dated smaller than you? 5'11" is pretty damn tall. I am of the opinion that for the most of the DMing relationship, Destiny did not know that White Nervosa was trans. Early on, they exchanged dozens of DMs every day. The first discussion of sex was November 30th, the day after they started chatting regularly. Destiny explained his needs for sexual compatibility in a relationship. Sorry. On December 2nd, Destiny asked for a picture of White Nervosa's tattoo. White Nervosa obliged him with a close up of her shoulder. Just a note, Mrgirl, properly gendering a trans person.
Yeah.
Based. If you don't know a lot about Mrgirl, that's cool. That's good. I don't think he ever gave any indication that he wouldn't, but I don't know. Just good.
Yeah, he's not the most trans person, like trans positive,
Yes.
pro trans person in the world. But yeah, he is correctly gendering this person.
Yes. On December 22nd, White Nervosa asked to be added to Destiny's auto host list on Twitch. Hosting a stream means that the stream will appear in place of yours while you're offline. A host from Destiny was a big help to a small Twitch streamer. For the next several months, White Nervosa would occasionally appear on Destiny's stream for various debates and discussions. January 7th of 2018. White Nervosa, I'm flattered. I'm apparently a part of the official harem now, but two of my qualities are who tier, which is understandable, and then there are people who like me. Uh, Functioning sociopath, you have a stable job and two friends, but you find yourself fantasizing about torturing animals. Let's play PUBG again sometimes in the morning, buddy, or debate, or CS:GO. Destiny, yeah, boy, you're the smartest harem member so far. Good job. They spoke regularly about Destiny hosting White Nervosa's channel, including this exchange on March 17th. White Nervosa, my time slot, when you done streaming? Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you up with that fat, throbbing host when I finish. Destiny's engagement dropped off in the spring. He no longer initiated conversations and replied to White Nervosa once every week or two with a. Okay, that part's. There's nothing after that. On July 10th, White Nervosa finally showed her face on stream. Despite many overtures from White Nervosa, Destiny was already done talking to her and would only ever send her 10 more messages. One of the messages was him refusing to let White Nervosa join his Minecraft server. The last DMs were in April 2019. I included this story to show that for whatever reason, Destiny's career assistance dropped off along with his sexual interest in White Nervosa. We got to the big one now. Vaush. I assume this is gonna be long. Now a sizable leftist streamer, Vaush started off as a Destiny fan in the early 2010s and came up through Destiny's community. In 2019, Vaush was accused of sexually harassing women in Destiny's community over DMs. He would later own this and apologize. At the time of the accusation, Vaush had been gaining popularity in Destiny's community for being further left-leaning than Destiny. The schism would eventually lead to Destiny banning all leftists, those who were more loyal to Vaush than himself. Destiny read the DMs between Vaush and the victim aloud on stream, but concealed the identity of the accused harasser by displaying redacted screenshots. By the end, many in the audience had figured it out. Destiny gleefully revealed that it was Vaush. Within minutes, Vaush joined the stream in a panic, asking what the fuck is going on. Destiny laughed again and banned him. The relationship survived until 2022, when Destiny said in a stream about Kyle Rittenhouse, the rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy fucking shit, this needs to stop, and it needed to stop a long time ago. Vaush's roommate and his partner at the time called for Destiny to be deplatformed for the comments. Twitch didn't ban Destiny, but they did departner him, leading to a significant loss in income. In a September 12th stream, Destiny said, I'm going to be a little bit more forceful here, I guess. Since I usually let people walk all over me, I can't imagine how much of a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to be to have a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around talking about spam reporting me when I've given you an audience. I've given you a platform. You've literally ripped my whole website code off to start your shit, and your entire community witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you could just stand by like, oh, well, I told them to stop. I don't care. Sorry, hang on. This guy can't handle being timed out, so he keeps on making new accounts. I'm just gonna ban this one.
The perma?
Well, this is like the fourth account he's made to just get around being timed out. I timed him out for 10 minutes. And he couldn't just leave it be. He couldn't just take the 10-minute timeout.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, that guy's weird. That guy's
Yeah,
weird.
I would say so. He's fucking just take a 10-minute fucking timeout. Holy shit. Okay. Sordid stories. Anonymous, a severely mentally ill woman sexted with Destiny. Sorry, I had a burp. When she said something that unnerved him, he called her out by name on stream and blocked her. She asked not to be named and for details to be vague out of fear of retaliation. Two anonymous female streamers, one struggling with mental illness, the other not, both sexted Destiny and were occasionally featured on his stream. Bad Bunny, a female streamer who had a sexual relationship with Destiny. I hate hearing his name now. It just riles up so many negative feelings for me, so many negative feelings of humiliation, of just defending him for so long, then just having him consistently never defend me and just shit on me. There's a lot of Destiny viewers that'll just sit in my chat and just wait to clip things that I say to report to him. And then he'll watch them on stream and he'll chuckle and say something rude about me, and then he'll move on, and then they'll go out and have a fucking field day and then proceed to rant about me how I'm a horrible, toxic individual on the subreddit. These posts don't get deleted because of freedom of speech, but Trainwreck's posts get deleted. Trihex, a former friend and podcast co-host of Destiny's. The relationship fell apart when Trihex, who was black, confronted Destiny on stream about his defense of using the N-word in certain contexts. When Destiny responded coldly, Trihex cried. In October 2019, Reddit post lashing out several of his enemies, Destiny wrote, "Now what in the flying fuck changed so hard that you're literally upset about my usage of the N-word with the hard R? You literally just defended a few weeks ago before in front of me on a podcast against someone it was dehumanizing. How did you go from verbalizing my arguments crystal clear accuracy to crying on our podcast to make it look like the literal fucking make me look like the literal fucking hellspawn of the earth? Why are you complaining that you have to take a break from streaming because you're so upset with me in an incredibly public position that I've held and defended for years, even in front of you? Why the fuck is your girlfriend dogpiling on to tweet at me now too? Why are you so emotional about this and claiming that you cleaned up and changed your act completely when you were still using ableist slurs like retard publicly in my and other Twitch chats, or threatening to make Jew jokes, or quoting Uncle Ruckus by saying, I'm not saying that on stream. Aha,
Niglet.
almost got me." Thank you, Benny. I appreciate the assist. Which is exactly the context I'm arguing for. It's amazing to me that all it took was a few USSR LARPers whispering in your ear to turn you against me, and then you have the nerve to confront me publicly and ask how our friendship means so little to me. When you 180'd your positions from less than a month ago because a group of lefty dumbfucks are telling you I'm the devil incarnate, you expect me to empathize with the position that you have the entire internet rallied behind you with LSF threads hitting the front page of Reddit shitting on me in every aspect of my personality? Fuck that. I cancel the podcast. I don't care if you want to continue or not. What kind of fucked up background do you think I come from where I'd ever deal with such a dysfunctional one-sided relationship? 0.9k upvote. Um Damn, I remember that arc super. A subreddit about the incident titled, "It's actually so fucking sad that Trihex is looking like this the entire show, and Destiny still jokes about the N after mods after receiving two comments on the deleted post. That is frequently how it goes. I am black and I grew up around a lot of white people and had the N-word tossed around a lot. I had nobody to back me up when I got angry about the social pressure to just be cool was so high, it usually resulted in both of us apologizing even though I didn't do anything wrong. Being an angry black dude that calls out people for being racist is a very quick way to get alienated from many social circles. It fucks with your head." Then the other one is, "Yep, I'm black. That's always been my experience too. White people are able to enter black spaces at will and justify their use of words that have historically been used to humanize us in any way they see fit. We're never allowed to enter white spaces and do the same or call them on it, or we're just angry, unreasonable N-words." Well, boy, this is the big bulk chunk here.
I don't see how it could be. I don't
But
see how this could be longer than the Anna section, except for maybe if
the laugh
Lav
part,
just gave him, yeah, except for if Lav just gave him more stuff to work with.
I thought that he said that the laugh part was the biggest part. Ultra clear what's public now.
Yeah, no. I know that it is the longest part, but I'm just confused how it could be because of I would assume that the Anna part would be longer, but maybe she just gave him more information to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, a lot happened between Destiny and Lab in like a really short period of time. Anna was like bits and pieces spread out over like there was like chunks, but there was like a lot of bits and pieces spread out over like
True.
um. Ooh, cat dog bark. The issue that I had with this guy is just that I told him that I would respond to the stuff he wanted. He kept like demanding that I respond to everything he's saying, even while I was reading. And I told him I would literally just do a stream with it. It was just like still freaking out like the entire time. So I timed him out for 10 minutes because I don't want that constantly on my shit. So I mean, it was up to him. I responded him like 10 times telling him that I would like just do a stream with him. He can accept it or not. It's up to him. Shows it. Something. I mean, I'm getting a bunch of follows of like garbage accounts. Yeah. I think that Mrgirl specifically said that the lab section was the biggest part, but maybe I'm misremembering. Do you remember that at all?
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
not.
no, definitely. He said that the laugh section dwarfs the Anna section.
Oh no shit! On each section, there's you could if you put your mouse by it, there's a link. You can just link a specific section.
Hmm.
I dwarfs. Interesting. Oh, I just wanted to say too. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about the Trihex thing. Ain't nobody about to fucking tell me that I'm silencing black voices on black issues here.
I think that little tirade that Destiny went on,
Hmm.
I think I can understand it because he feels like he did nothing wrong. But I think if I'm going to be fair to Trihex, I think there's even if Trihex at one point had articulated the same type of argument as Destiny, Destiny doesn't have the same type of emotional investment in it just on the facts of the matter, but also in regards to the societal implications, like the way that people will react to and treat Trihex based on how he handles the situation with Destiny. It's very much like tied into his identity as a person, and Destiny doesn't really have that much writing on it. So when Trihex goes to him and he asks him to apologize or recant his statement or something like that, I can understand why Destiny would say no, because ultimately I agree with Destiny's take about the N-word thing. But at the same time, I think what Trihex says, I forgot exactly what it was, but he was like appealing to Destiny as a friend.
Yes.
Um, when he does that, it's coming from like an emotional place, and Destiny is just not empathizing with his position. Now, all that Destiny was talking about being on Reddit and the front page and all of that, I'm pretty sure all that happened after the fact, after he denied Trihex's emotional appeal.
Sure.
Um, and again, I don't want to play down what Destiny was going through, but I also don't want to make it seem like Trihex was being unreasonable or was just being brainwashed by leftists. It's a difficult position to be in.
Yeah, I think Trihex would have had a better shot at having that conversation with Destiny privately, but it wouldn't have resolved the thing that was really bad. That'd be my guess, which was I I would imagine that even if Trihex had publicly stated exactly what Destiny said, having all that come out, there's going to be like certain kinds of pressure that I can't fully understand to call that kind of thing out, because it's one thing for somebody to for you to like state the position, but like I think it's different if you're doing a show with somebody who is like living that, and that you're going to get like a lot of like unique kinds of pressure. That would be
Yeah,
what I would imagine. And I just feel like that would I don't necessarily get it, but I think that like you're probably going to be a bit more fucked from uh like your own community if you don't say anything about it.
yeah,
Does that make sense?
hmm yeah,
Okay. That was I think that was the most interesting Destiny arc of all time. Because there was a lot of people making really good arguments, and just man, that I think that was like when I was watching Destiny the most. All right. Christ. I just want to take a brief little look see. Oh, okay. Go back to the. Actually, I have the link already saved for lab, so go back to that. Yeah, the lab one's long. Right. In November 2021, Lab was a 23-year-old musician, TikToker, adult content creator, and aspiring streamer. She introduced herself to Steven via Instagram DM, telling him she liked the sound of his voice and she discovered him through his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, ahaha. I do politics and games and shit, but that's not my normal content, or that's not my normal content." They kept in touch, but Lab didn't start streaming in earnest until June of 2022 when she called into my stream to talk about relationships. She also told me she was retiring from OnlyFans. I told her she was manipulative, and I didn't believe she would actually retire. She was taken aback, but I went even further, telling her that I would not allow her on my stream unless she stuck with her plan to retire from sex work, as I believed she was self-harming and didn't want to help her advertise it. After a few contentious months, we became good friends, with me in a mentor role. Um, just because we're here and I think that I have the correct perspective. Do you understand the like the calling your daughter and dad shit? Do you get
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I do.
Okay.
At first, I think I just kind of bought into Destiny's narrative that it was weird, and then I think when I asked my brother and my sister, who are far more normies than me, they were like, "No, that's like a perfectly normal, legitimate relationship that non-related people have all the time."
Yeah, I had not a stream. I talked to Lav offline like 3.5, 4 months ago. And I asked about it. I was like, you can tell me if this is the thing or not. It seemed like it was just it was a similar enough dynamic to like use that kind of thing. Like I know somebody who calls everybody is like their brother or their sister or like their girlfriends are like their wifey and shit. But I was like, but then it also seems like you guys play into it harder because it makes people mad and that's funny. And like that's exactly it.
Mm,
Like when people like freak out that it's weird, like that just makes it funnier to do it then.
yeah,
Okay. I had that confirmed from Lav. I don't think I ever asked Mrgirl about it because like I just get it. I didn't know if I just want to see if you were on the same page there. I don't know if it's gonna come up in.
I never considered that part where they just play it up even more because it's funny to make people mad, but
Well,
the rest of it.
I'll leave it this way. I think
Well, no, I
that
I
that
agree
would
with you.
not
I
be the
just
way. That would not be the way to get like somebody to stop doing that because it is funny that people are weirded out by it because it's not that weird.
yeah.
I don't know if they like deliberately lean into it harder, but like it certainly makes it tempting to.
Hmm.
In June 16th, 2022, Stephen DM'd Lav that she was Stephen DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which she did. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Stephen replied, "Lamau. If we got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." August 2nd, 2022, Lav and Steven talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterwards, she DM'd him, "I really like talking with you, devil face." Steven, all caps, "Thanks. Now I feel less bad about bugging you for feet pics." Lav, "Haha." Oh, handshake. "Pleasure doing business." Steven, based. "Welcome to the Orbiter Club." Lav, heart. August 6, 2022, Steven told Lav that he cheated on Melina and fallen in love with another woman, but she'd recently ended their affair. Steven, "It was just a relationship thing that was massively escalating over 5 months, and I was ready to end my marriage. And I was ready to end my marriage over the thing." Lav, "Geez, I hope you and Melina take at least a break. So it would be hard. It would be so hard to pick up where you left off. Resentment building for both of you." Steven, "It's okays. Okays? Okays? Okay. The Melina stuff is fine. I can just pick that up again. Just got to recover from the last girl person." Lav, "It's not fine. Are you both sociopaths? This does something to a relationship. The recovering process involves space." Steven, "She doesn't know the extent to which I was obsessed with the other girl. LOL." Lav asked who it was to satisfy her curiosity, even offering to tell him a secret of hers as collateral. Steven agreed, and over a voice call, he disclosed the identity of his mistress and sought emotional support about the situation. In return, Lav told him about that Hassan Piker had sex with her friend when she was close to 18, when he was in his mid 20s. Lav had since given contradictory statements about her friend's age at the time they had sex, wavering between 17 and 18 in November 2022. Hassan addressed the allegation and said that she was 19 at the time. The woman in question has not come forward, and Lav has not produced any evidence to substantiate her claims. August 8th of 2022, Stephen, Chudlogic, and I streamed a discussion about the ethics of OnlyFans recruiting young women as with the promise of easy money. This was before I understood the sadistic nature of Stephen's content, so I was surprised when Chudlogic brought on Lav, who would become vehemently anti-OnlyFans, and Madame Genevieve as an OnlyFans creator to argue the topic on a very personal level. I was also unaware that Stephen was sexting both Lav and Madame Genevieve at the time. I'm gonna say, If anybody thought he was gonna like run cover for Lab, very upfront there that she gave a bunch of different answers.
I was expecting that he would be honest.
I didn't really have any thoughts into it prior. I just think that it's noteworthy for people who are like looking through the lab section for like a bunch of bias. I think that's a really good start to squash that
Hmm.
because that's something that like nobody can deny. If he had left that out, I think that would hurt the whole rest of this.
Yeah.
Ted Logic had obstinately conjured up the panel out of indignance about the exploitation of 18-year-old girls, a sentiment I share. But once the others joined, he fell back into the role of memeing and throwing pipe bombs from the sidelines. I'd also recently banned Lab from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her that in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened her up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. I didn't mean to bait myself as innocently naive. I'd been streaming with Steven and his orbiters for 7 months by then. I should have understood what was happening, but it would have been another 2 months before I ran out of excuses for Steven. After the 4-hour stream, 2 anti-Lab posts appeared in Steven's subreddit. Lab thinks it's wrong for adults to do OnlyFans, but thinks it's okay for minors to participate in cuties. The upvotes. And why does anybody take Lab seriously? 249 upvotes. I don't need to see. I'll click them just to see. Down a little. Then the first comment is she's Sneeko's intellectual equal.
That's pretty funny.
I wasn't expecting that. Good point. Facts without. Dual link, I just doesn't really mean it means that he's not going to. Well, it lends credibility to the idea that he's not going to deliberately mislead anybody about Lab. If there's anything that's not correct, I would think that it would fall under not under the category of based on that. But it's not like solid ironclad proof or anything like that. The comments were harsh. The lines she draws between what's right and what's wrong are very conveniently just one step beyond where she's at. She's a massive hypocrite and often a condescending asshole to anyone who disagrees with her. But boy, does she know how to ignite a panel. Tab is actually a psyop. The absolutely insane and inconsistent views, the rich husband, the 300K a year off of OnlyFans. I think she's grifting. She was talking about her experience cutting the other day, like it wasn't a big deal. Then today she complains about how much it hurt that people didn't care and wanted her to slow down on porn because of all the self-harm relapsing. Lav and Steven discuss it over DMs. Lav, your Reddit is self-harm. Steven, don't go there. LOL. Lav, currently sitting in the bath bleeding out. He replied 21 hours later with an unrelated meme. August 11th of 2022, Steven DM'd Lav. Steven, oh hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream or the way I interact with you never had anything to do with that kind of stuff. Just being clear on that. Lav, oh, so you didn't want to fuck with me. Or fuck me. Steven, shut the fuck up, obviously, duh, but I'm saying I don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. Lav, haha. Thanks for saying that. August 13th, 2022. Someone in a private Discord server recorded and leaked a conversation where Lav joked about not wanting to have sex with Steven, also said that Steven wanted to perform oral sex on her fiance. On stream that day, Dan confronted Steven about his tolerance for Lav's weaselly behavior. Steven, I don't know how much was said in jest in terms of having a threesome with her husband. I'd probably do it. I don't know if we ever talked about that specifically or not, but I'm bisexual, Dan. Accept me. Dan, yeah, why is it that every person that comes on the stream you need to try to sleep with? That's not good. Steven, I don't need to. Probably came up in a conversation. I've known Lav for, I think, 2 years. Dan, Chud Logic was playing a thing of her in your Discord saying that she would find it funny for you to be with her husband, but I would never want it to be with you because you're a gnome cheese boy. Steven, based. That is not based. Incredibly two-faced and fucked up and not okay. Steven, it might be. I don't know. I'm not pursuing her sexually right now, though. Dan, no, that's not it. It's just fucking Weasley. Fucking, I don't know. It just pisses me off. Steven, if it was somebody that I was going after sexually and they were kind of leading me on, but then they were showing up on my stream and shit, I would think I would get irritated because, like, I'd be like, wait a second. Dan, how would you feel about this person that went and said this about you after you were, I don't know, or I don't want to say vulnerable, but to a little extent, yes, actually, a lot of extent, yes. Steven, wait, how was I vulnerable to her? Steven is likely signaling to Dan that he should not disclose that Lav knows about the affair. Dan backpedaled. Well, that's like, in the words of a very famous streamer, that is leaking private sexting details. I interpret this as a reference to Anna's compliance 2 years prior when Steven had announced their sexual relationship on stream. My link broke again.
Link? What does that mean?
So like the page that I was on, it like fucked off and told me I had to reload. There we are. I interpret this as a reference to Anna's complaint from 2 years prior that Steven had announced their sexual relationship on stream. Steven, yeah, but I don't care. I'm open about all my shit. Like, I would do a male-female threesome. I don't give a fuck. I don't think that's ultra private. It's a little fucked up for sure. Dan wasn't convinced. Steven continued. Steven, if I was chasing this person and this were happening, I'd be upset. But like insofar as a relationship is concerned, we talk a little bit privately and then she's on stream for me. Okay. But that's mainly the extent of our stuff. And most of the time she's on stream, it's like pretty brutal experiences for her. He laughed as he said brutal experiences. Steven, but it's not like I'm crushing on her really hard or going after her and then I'm finding out I'm getting played super hard. I'd feel horrible. If that were the case, I'd feel a lot worse. And Dan said he should be more upset since he seemed to be pursuing Lev sexually. Steven said, I'm pretty sure we've spoken sexually probably over a year ago. Steven, the problem is that there are very few types of things in life that are truly have me as a vulnerable person that would upset me if someone betrayed me. It's incredibly, incredibly, incredibly uncommon that someone has that level of access to me. Sexually, that is absolutely not one of those things. If some girl hooked up with me and pretended she liked it, and then later like Destiny got a small dick and he sucks, like I don't give a fuck. I don't care about that shit. Sexuality is not a vulnerable aspect for me. You can hit on me all you want. It's not gonna bother me. And you've been fucked over by a lot of people, and I'm just trying to be like, hey, Steven, I don't care if any other content creator has fucked me over in a way that's really bothered me before. I don't know if any other content creator has fucked me over in a way that's really bothered me before. In private, Steven became less responsive to Lav's DMs. She asked if he was mad at her. Steven, oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't know how else to convey it, though. Lav, Christ, do you have feedback, comments, concerns? Or how do we move on because it's so insignificant? Steven, oh, I already said it like 2 days ago. I just think that every single thing being said in Discord, etc., is always being recorded. LOL. Lav, yes, of course, I don't say anything real in Discord calls. But none of that made you feel bad, right? Steven, nah, I'm Guchin. Lav, I could kill you. Steven, good, bitch. Smiley face. Lav, when are you coming to LA? Steven, September 1st, I think. August 25th, 2022. This was the day that Destiny mocked Merrick DeVille for her suicide attempt on Twitter. Lav DM'd him. You're sickening. Your whole audience on this you're sicking your whole audience on this poor woman. Destiny, tell her to stop fucking tweeting about me. She's nobody. She doesn't exist. She's some random girl who tried to kill herself. Destiny, she's not a random. We used to be close friends. I hate that she randomly takes shots at me and shit. Gibberish letters. Just tell her to fuck off. Lav, she's a very random compared to you. Take a breather. Destiny, smiley face. Okay, I'm done. I got it out of my system. Lav, don't let the internet do this to you. Remember your humanity, you big nuts. F-slur. Destiny, wow. Wow. Lav, why do so many of your former friends hate you now? Destiny, that's a long story. Lav, do I have to worry? Destiny. But honestly, there's a lot of good, easy clout for shitting on me. I don't ever fuck anyone over unless they come at me first. I've never done that before. Lav, did you have sex with her? Destiny. Yeah, one threesome with her and Melina. August 31st, 2022. The day before meeting Lav in LA, Destiny DM'd Lav. You can do whatever you want. Just to be ultra clear, I don't care what we do, and I don't have any expectations for anything. If we just hang out and eat or chat for a while, I'm super cool and fine. Just keep me updated. She replied, thank you for putting me at ease and not raping me at gunpoint. Sparkly heart. September 1st, 2022. Lav and Destiny meet for an awkward sexual encounter, some of the details which she would leak later. 9/11/2022. Destiny's subreddit had two highly upvoted Lav hate posts, one making fun of her forehead, 470 upvotes. The other one stating the viewer call-ins are terrible, but Lav is worse. 659 upvotes. She DM'd Destiny, who then removed the forehead post. Let's see. Do you wanna take over in a few?
Yeah.
Thank you. Uh,
You want me to take over right now?
yeah, that would be great.
All right.
Thank you.
Lav, your audience is cancer. Destiny. Yeah, they're super negative towards you and hate women. Don't read the sub, Lav. Lav, it's horrifying. September 29th, 2022. Destiny asked Lav to meet the following week during TwitchCon for another sexual encounter. She expressed non-committal interest. October 5th, 2022, after Destiny reiterated the sexual proposition, Lav complained that their latest stream together was posted with the title, Destiny actually convinces her to concede a trans debate. Lav suggested the alternate title, Girl Gets Negged by Steven for 56 minutes straight. The top YouTube comments included, my vote is to replace Lav with the cool Ukrainian girl, 2.2k likes. Ah, the woman who definitely makes it in the streaming world because of her intellect and thoughtful conversations, 1.1k likes. I have to chant I love women in my head over and over every time Lav talks, 1k likes. During the stream, Lav announced that she had posted a nude to Twitter and would be returning to OnlyFans after all. A post on Destiny subreddit praised me for predicting Lav's return to sex work. It received 768 upvotes. One of them was mine. By this point, a narrative about Lav had taken root in Destiny's sphere. She was slippery, annoying, and needed to be held accountable for her contradictions. She showed promise and some flickering signs of intelligence, but it was imperative that she learn to take feedback and improve as an interlocutor. For example, Chud Logic posted a 75-minute video in November 2022 titled Lav Loon Confronted and Exposed for Absurd Clout Sharking and Flip Flopping, in which 7 men berated Lav about the rudeness of her decision to abruptly leave a small streaming panel for a larger one. Of course, Destiny himself is prone to lying and avoiding accountability. Cherry is a female orbiter whose streams are mostly entirely focused on Destiny. In August 2022, when Melina separated from Destiny for a couple weeks over his infidelity, Destiny offered to fly Cherry out to Miami to see him, and then ignored her, never actually booking the flight. A week later, Cherry wrote a twitlonger saying her fruitless pursuit of a relationship with Destiny had left her feeling ashamed to be alive. In a tweet, she added that he still gasses her up, despite knowing how it would likely destabilize her. Destiny replied, agreeing that he shouldn't have made the offer, and later confirmed that they'd had a sexual relationship in the past. In October, Cherry did a string of lore streams where she took notes on Lav's past public experiences and hunted for inconsistencies. October 8th, 2022, from San Diego, Destiny DM'd Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. Lav, I'm like having a mental health moment, so I don't know. Destiny, what's going on? Lav, Cherry's doing like note taking on all my combos, and I tuned in because I was surprised, and I thought the unhinged bitch thing was a bit, and it's fully not. Destiny, oh yeah, well damn. Don't take anything she says personally, lol. Lav, she's being super personal. It's very weird. Waiting for the twit longer about me next. I was in a weird place already, but tuning into that stream made it like 10 times worse. I nuked my YouTube and I'm deciding if I want to stream. I'm going to hide. Destiny suggested she write down the names of people she cares about and try to remember that no one else's opinion matters. Hours later, he asked if she was coming down to San Diego. Lav, I'm in a blanket watching movies. Have fun with your nerd friends. October 13th, 2022. Destiny, are you awake? Because Cherry is. Lav, lol. Is she on? Destiny, yeah, she is. She's ready to go. Lav, I'm coming. Destiny, okay, we're waiting. Coincidentally, I DM'd him at the same time to ask if he was available to talk the next night, because I thought things seemed tense between us. We've been arguing about Nick Fuentes for a week, and he'd taken to banning community members who took my side in the argument. He told me he was free to talk right then. Again, I didn't understand the nature of Destiny's content at this point, and had no idea that he would agree to a conversation about our relationship while simultaneously setting up a cage match between Lav and Cherry, all to cause maximum chaos. However, I ended up being quiet for most of the stream because I didn't understand why I was there. Lav and I joined the stream around the same time. She angrily confronted Cherry for mockingly telling her to call a suicide hotline. She angrily confronted Cherry, you did a video in your announcement to returning to sex work that you provided your videos and you blamed it on me and you said I'm doing these streams. I'm so mean. And that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching it and it was like self harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my stream is like self harm and you can't stop, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. And yeah, I'm going to link you to suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me. Lav, you didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you fucking cared about me, you piece of shit. Lav asked Sherry to list her criticisms of Lav. Stardust and John Zerka joined the stream. The stream turned into a heated debate over Lav's virtues and flaws. I defended her, but failed to recognize the extremely disturbing nature of putting the character of a potentially suicidal person on trial for entertainment, and then I left the stream. Cherry and Lav continued to fight about Lav's stances on sex work, with Destiny half moderating and half cross examining, leading to exchanges like this. Destiny, okay, so you're not going to post any new photographs of yourself just meant to be enjoyed. It's going to be all educational stuff. Lav, well, people can jack off to those, like people are going to jack off to those. Steven, that's not what I asked. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm asking is, are you not going to post any random nudes or naked stuff? You're only going to be posting educational stuff? Lav, no, I will post naked stuff also. Steven, okay, well that's porn. After the stream, he DM'd Lav. Good convo. Sorry everyone jumps in to gang up on you. Lav just brings everyone to the yard, I guess. Milk. Lav, Christ. Destiny, smiley face. Lav, I'm killing myself. Destiny, that means Cherry wins though. Lav, LMFAO. Dude, Cherry is retarded. I hate you now. Destiny, smiley face. Lav, do you think I'm dumb? Destiny, not at all. I think you're pretty smart to be honest. Just confused about organizing some concepts in your head, but it's ultra fucking hard to sort that out in literal combat arenas online. You really are trying to figure this stuff out on ultra hard mode. Try not to let random losers discourage you online. Lav, trying. October 16, 2022. Late in the night, Cherry and Stardust publicly accused me of flashing them. At the time, I had a herniated disc and needed to stand up from my chair every half hour or so. On two such occasions, during heated arguments about sex and dating, my hairy abdomen was showing. Stardust added a blur blocks to a clip of me standing up to stretch, posted it to Twitter, and described it as me flashing my pubic hair at her. I immediately posted the unblurred video and said I'd sue her if she didn't delete her tweet. Facing heavy backlash from pretty much everyone, she complied. Cherry's accusation was harder to fight because she was going from memory. My camera feed wasn't being broadcast at the time, so she was the only person who saw me stand up. She said I deliberately lowered my sweatpants to expose my pubic hair. I woke up that day to hear Lav and Destiny talking about the accusation on Destiny's stream. In her words, Lav wanted to take a victory lap. Lav, I think it's fucked up because she is Max's friend. And we already know that Max has this wound. He's very public about it, where he's very cautious of himself around women. Steven laughing. No, he's not. What are you talking about? Laugh. Sexually? Yes, he is. Steven. No, he's made so many women cry or feel uncomfortable on stream. What do you mean he's careful? Laugh. No, no, no. Sexually. Steven. Sexually, he's married to another woman. There is no sexual relationship between him and other women. What are you talking about? Laugh. Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm saying he has a wound. He doesn't want to feel like he's raping anyone. Steven, I have no idea what you're talking about. Lav, do you not watch his content? Steven, yes, and I've seen him put tons of women in incredibly uncomfortable conversation. Listening to them talk, I was sobbing. Over the course of the year, I'd become somewhat detached from my own content and from my own emotions. The most recent self-eviscerating video I'd made was called the Mrgirl Real Doll Review. It was a documentary about me fucking a sex doll and talking to my girlfriend about it. It was the first time that Destiny had ever signaled to his audience that they should disagree with me on anything, and it was amazingly effective. When I pushed back on him against his friendly streams with Nick Fuentes and saw that he was shutting down criticism with mass bans, I came to believe he was running a cult, and that my new audience was not really my audience at all. This was a crushing realization for me because it meant all of our conversations were essentially meaningless, and that my emotional vulnerability was being used as entertainment. Lav wanted Cherry's accusations shut down swiftly and harshly, but Destiny clearly wanted them explored, even without me present. Lav had also revealed that Destiny didn't understand me in the slightest. I also realized that I had grown to love her, and that I should have been mentoring her instead of shutting her out. By allowing Lav to slam Cherry over her accusation, Destiny had set up a face-off between us. Now Cherry would look like a falsely accusing woman, one of the worst things to be in the eyes of Destiny's community, or I would look like a sexual harasser. I was furious that not only was he exploiting my situation, he didn't even DM me or wait until I could be available to represent myself. Cherry joined the stream saying, I heard I was getting dragged. She proceeded to defend herself in the only way she could, by attacking me. I joined the stream soon after, beginning with, Ladies and gentlemen, the court calls Max Carson to the witness stand. I was terrified. Cherry was furious at me, hated Lav, and was in love with Destiny, who was pointedly not going to bat for me. Her accusation relied solely on her memory, and while calling her a vindictive liar might have been the safest move for me, it also goes against everything I believe in. Standing up on camera, wearing the same clothes as I was when I supposedly flashed her, I asked her to walk me through the timeline of events and explain why she thought I would do that. I stood up in front of my camera, humiliated and frightened, and talked about how my love handles and long torso can make it appear as though my pants are lower than they actually are. The other streamers on the call, Zerker and Irrelevant, seemed to find this compelling. Likely fearing a dogpile against herself, Cherry interrupted me repeatedly, so I asked Destiny to moderate. When Zerka, who does not like me, prompted Destiny to shut down the fake cancellation attempt, Destiny said, I'm letting these two sort it out. I'm not jumping down anybody's throat. Yeah, I've already given my opinion on it earlier. I said, we've hit a dead end. The dead end is there's no recording. And all we have is Cherry's testimony. I don't even have a counter testimony. I don't remember what I did. We all watched the section of the video where I supposedly flashed her. I was not visible, but we could see Cherry's reaction, which did not indicate she was being flashed. Lav took the opportunity to attack, but I stopped her saying, You're very, very passionate and very feisty. This is actually kind of an important moment for my life right now, so I just want to let Cherry finish what she's saying. Cherry said, I think if you did pull them down, I would have said it in the VOD, and I think I'm getting confused and making incorrect statements. Fighting back a sobbing breakdown, which I knew was coming, I replied, Okay, I understand, and I believe you that you're confused. I believe you this is not intentional. Zerka, Cherry's a liar. She even doubled down. Me, I swear on my life, I believe you. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're being malicious. Something made you uncomfortable. Obviously, either me standing up, my body, the conversation, something about what I did made you uncomfortable. That much is clear. Lycan, one of Steven's mods, muted Lav and chastised her, and Steven, indirectly, for not taking the conversation seriously. He said he would continue to mute anyone who wouldn't grow the fuck up, and said Steven could fire him if he objected. I was grateful. He paved the way for Cherry and I to reach an understanding that our previous conversation had made her uncomfortable and that it made sense that she would read malintent in my actions, but that she'd probably been mistaken. I asked Steven, as a writer of history, what happened here? He said, it seemed like you were adjusting your pants. That's what I saw. I didn't see anything more than that. I wouldn't assume there's any like malintent or anything, but I wouldn't see enough to convince me of that. Do you need more than that, or do I need to be more clear? I don't think you're intentionally trying to creep anybody out. Like an unmuzzled laugh. Lav, I think it sucks so bad, Steven, that you have not come to Max's aid at all. I think that you know, Steven, careful, hold on. If you want to be, Lav. We just saw Cherry fucking lie about it. She did not concede, she doubled down on it. Steven, you're assuming. Hold on. Lav, no, 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 let me finish. Okay, Max cannot defend himself right now, because if he does, he looks really bad. So he needs you. He needs you to create a narrative, or not create a narrative, but to tell the general public that he is not a creepy antisocial rapist, and you will not do it for some reason. I tried to interject, but Steven told me to shut the fuck up. Steven, Lav, you just made the exact same fucking mistake that Cherry did. Cherry saw an action. She assumed a state of mind. Don't ever fucking roll your eyes at me like that. I swear to God. I I ever see you do that again. Lav. Or what? Steven. Stop. So Cherry's huge fuck up here was that she assumed a state of mind, or she assumed an intention that probably wasn't there. And I did say that unequivocally. I said that in clear terms. I think most people would understand. I don't think Max did anything weird or creepy, and I think it was probably dumb to tweet it out. I've already said this, okay? Your problem, Lav, is you are assuming that Cherry is just like fucking lying. Okay, now could it now it could be Lav. She did just lie. Steven, saying something that is not true is not the same as lying. Do you understand that? Lav. No, no, I don't. Me. He's saying that she was confused. Steven, no, stop. Okay, a lie implies intent. Okay, if I tell you I'm going to be home by 5, Lav, no. Steven, yes it does, you dumb bitch. Okay, if I tell you I'm gonna be home by 5 p.m. and I run late from work and I get home at like 5:20, I didn't fucking lie to you. It might not be true. Lav. First of all, don't talk to me like that. Don't call me a dumb bitch. Steven. Stop. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me. Holy shit, stop. There's a difference between a lie and being wrong about something, okay? It could totally be the case. The problem I had with you is you're making the exact same mistake that Cherry's making, but you're eager to blow your load down her fucking throat about it. So I think she was wrong. And I think that going live with the tweets, accusations, whatever, was dumb. And she shouldn't have done it. It was irresponsible. Lav, I'm gonna take the Cherry's a fucking liar stance. Me, Steven, if you're characterizing what she did, I agree with you. It was not intentional, or she's confused. I agree with that. But if you're gonna describe it as just silly, it feels like you're absolving her of responsibility that comes with a platform and comes with making accusations like this, where I think you do have some kind of responsibility to not be confused when you make these accusations. Steven, I just said that. You probably shouldn't be going live with stuff like this without doing a very clear, like, recording. What do you want me to say? Cherry, you're a dumb fuck. Don't do this. Me. No, I don't want you to performatively mock me by calling Cherry dumb. That's not what I'm asking you to do. Obviously, I'm saying that in a baseless and unfounded accusation of a silly accusation can ruin someone's life. I feel like you calling it silly at that point is kind of absolving her of responsibility. Steven, the reason why I think all of this is silly is because none of this is ruining anybody's life. And I don't think anybody's gonna remember this in 2 days. Laugh. People are waiting for to fuck up. Do you think people aren't waiting for Max to fuck up even a little bit? Steven, not as much as you're waiting for Cherry to fuck up. You literally told me you were coming on stream to do a victory lap. Laugh. You're scared to go too hard on her because she already wrote a fucking tweet longer about you. This is the pattern that Cherry has. Steven, Cherry can write as many tweet longers about me as she wants. I don't care. I am not scared of any of you crazy fucking women writing any tweet longers about me because I'm above it all. But you're also ready for Cherry to fuck up. So everybody's making way too extreme statements. Me. I'm not making too extreme statements though, right? Steven shouting. No, your statements, Max, are annoyingly fucking reserved, and I understand why. You should be going way harder, but obviously you're worried about it looking bad. But yeah, you should be pushing way harder. You shouldn't be like, Cherry, is there anything that maybe you would want to rephrase? What you should say is, Cherry, why the fuck are you implying that I was fucking sexually harassing you? I left the stream a mess. The truth with the truce with Cherry didn't last long. All of the orbiters made sure to publicly attack me once they learned I was writing this piece. When I DM'd her asking for an interview, she said fuck off. During the stream, Steven and Lav had the following conversation over DMs. Steven, you're on your way to success. I'm proud of you. Good little drama farmer. That's weird. That's really weird. I'm gonna cut your throat. Twit longer me. Do it. Me do it. Me too me. I'm gonna kill you. Lav, do not ever call me a bitch like that again. This is all fun. Do not do that. Steven. Blank face. You're a good streamer, but you need to be a good friend to Max right now. Steven, he's fine. You guys blew this up a bajillion times more than it needs to be. Steven, heart, Lav, hearts. Steven, sorry if bitch is a trigger from you. I won't call you that anymore. Don't call me a simp though, I'll fucking kill you. Steven, saying we spoke face to face. Mate. Lav. I didn't say while you were eating me out. 2 days later. Lav. You calling me a dumb bitch has opened up the most insane 24 hours to me. I don't want to tell you what to do with your platform. It's your life. I will be bowing out. I cannot handle the vitriol from your audience. I obviously know I'm an acquired taste, but the amount of people just spamming me with it is a lot. Sorry, I didn't want to look like I was 100% blaming you for viewer response to me. Steven, bro, you are insanely combative online. I've been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over again. I don't know what you expect. But listen, you're always free to do what you want, matey. Lav, I appreciate you being patient with me, but you blowing up and calling me a dumb bitch with your audience was a decision you made that is affecting me. If that was just us and we were in person, it would be different. I still wouldn't be happy. You told me you know your community is toxic to women. Why would you not keep that in mind when speaking to me? I'm mad at myself. I'm frustrated with you. I'm not blaming you for everything. I just want you to be more aware of how I'm feeling, the way I feel, and think you should be more aware of the parasocial influence your audience has. Steven, you've called me and others a million names. You are totally out of line if me calling you a bitch is what set things over the line. And if it was in person, of course it's nicer because we're not arguing. Lav, Steven, I don't have the audience you have, and we're friends. People read that. Steven, then why are you accusing me of being a simp for someone when I'm just trying to be impartial? Lav, and they're like, okay, Steven's totally done with this bitch. Let's go nuclear. I wasn't implying you were being a simp. First of all, I was implying you were being unconfrontational. Steven, you literally said it. What? Lav, and second, why are you so scared of being a simp? Why is this the most insane thing? Did I? Steven, because you're accusing me of being biased in a situation because I want to fuck someone. It's literally hardcore enforcing the misogyny I'm trying to weed out of my community. I just want to stop for a second and say, one, when we had a conversation with Destiny, I brought this up, and you didn't support what I was saying. And two, um, I don't know if Destiny's lying right here or if he just doesn't have the he just doesn't remember what happened, but none of what he's saying is true at all here. Live didn't call him a simp and imply that he wanted to fuck Cherry and that's why he was being soft on her. He didn't yeah, she didn't say anything like that. So it's kind of weird. Where did I leave? Where did I leave off? Okay, Lab. I don't think that's what I said. Steven, question marks. Lab, I think I said you were worried about another Twitlonger or a dirt she'd have if you didn't defend her. Lab, Steven, look at your subreddit. A sampling of popular comments across 10 posts made about Lab after the most recent stream. Is Lab actually the most dishonest and logically inconsistent orbiter, or is it just more noticeable since she is more aggressive than others? 423 upvotes. This is so damn cathartic, referring to Steven screaming that Lav is a dumb bitch. 287 upvotes. Cathartic. Pseudo-intellectual is too generous because she is literally a dumb bitch. You don't get to talk to me like that. It's crazy. Guess what, Goofy? He already did. The fact that he's been so patient with you and even nice to you in person by your own admission should probably be a sign that you massively fucked up that stream at least. Lab, look at your YouTube comments. A sampling of popular comments on the most recent stream. Steven, line requires intent. No, this is a prime example of Lav just saying whatever she feels like at the moment and not holding any actual consistent beliefs. She just says whatever she feels like at the moment. 1,800 likes. It's amazing how Lav can come out of a drama that doesn't involve her looking like the worst person. A real talent to be that unlikable. My respect for women is ever growing thanks to your content. Amazing how Cherry made basically false harassment allegations and doubled down on them, and Lav is still more unlikable.
Um, I didn't realize I was still muted because I was eating. Sorry, I responded to you. I didn't back you up against Destiny about that because I didn't know anything about Lab yet. I even said
Oh,
that. I was like,
okay.
I had not done any looking into Lab at all. And I think when I initially just dipped my toe in and looked, I was really mad at her, but I only saw things from like a really small angle and like I don't things were like from like that point moving forward for like a month. I was very confused about exactly where I stood with like everything involving Lav.
Here's the question.
I just didn't want to
Had
be
you
chomping my pizza into the mic.
had you watched that stream?
I can't remember anymore. When we had
Oh,
that conversation, I was like an hour and a half out of my vasectomy.
oh yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
And so I was definitely on painkillers during that conversation too. So my memory isn't like the best.
Okay, that's fine. I was just trolling, really. It's fine.
Wait, I just saying I just put it out there. If I think you're right, I got your back, homie. I ain't gonna leave you high and try against nobody. And
Thank
you
you.
know damn well that I ain't got any problem saying anything to Destiny.
True. Very true. Um, okay. There was also an unusual post made in support of Lab on Destiny subreddit that day. I really think Destiny and his community have been dogpiling on Lab a little excessively. Let me see
0
this. Let's
upvotes.
click on this link. Yeah, 0 upvotes. And not too many comments either. Wait, who's that from? Was that me? Nah, it probably wasn't.
She's
No.
alting. Oh, I'm sorry. It's from Akon's
It's
cousin.
Akon's cousin.
That's a good name.
uh, Lav, why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? Steven's reply. Dot dot dot. Lav, no concession. You're steadfast in that you handled everything great and correctly. An hour later, Steven posted the following in his offline chat. Prepare yourselves for when I get back home. No more soft moderating. We're hardcore moderating all ironic slash unironic misogyny until it is gone from all parts of our community. The problem is, I can have a legion of dumb fuck men on stream, and you fucking retards will never hate men for it because 98% of you are men. But every time it's a woman acting like a dumb fuck, it's incel factory. She's making me hate all women. How can I not hate women after this? OMG. Late that night, Lav reacted.
That's the truest shit. That's like the truest quote I've heard is that none of them will get upset because they're all guys. Very, very, very true.
That is true, but To me, I think that ironic misogyny. I think if women feel uncomfortable by the ironic misogyny, I understand it. But I think the ironic misogyny is an indication that they're not being misogynist. That they're not actually misogynistic. Personally, that's the way I read it.
Maybe you can make a lot of ironic misogyny. Like my wife really likes like misogynistic jokes, but my wife also sometimes is kind of misogynistic.
Hmm.
And I don't think that I mean, I don't think that she makes those jokes in like a burst of misogyny. She makes those jokes to be jokey, but there's other times where she just really like uh I fucking don't like women. She'll have
Hmm.
those moments too. Like they're separate from each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. That's fair.
but she pretty gay though, so I think she just gets frustrated with women.
Oh, okay. um. Late that night, Lav reacted to Destiny's new decree by jokingly DMing him. Lav. Okay, come over. I'm wet. Steven, none of my recent changes have anything to do with you. Lav. Okay. I don't know if you have other shit going on or you just like being fired up. This is a nothing argument. I had a moment the other day. I'm not mad. I hope you're not mad because I haven't given you a reason to be. Steven, I get extremely fucking triggered when I'm getting shit on from both sides, so eventually it just makes me completely disconnect from the issue and I stop caring because it's absolutely not worth it. Lav, I totally get that. Sorry for adding to it. Hope you're well otherwise. Take care of yourself. October 22nd, 2022, Lav co hosted my call in show, Mrgirl Hotline. I told her that I had just confronted Steven about how he treats his orbiters. I described how his system was rigged to make us look bad, and if we somehow managed to successfully challenge him, he would ban support for us anyway. Lav said that Lav said that was what we signed up for. We would be dogpiled in exchange for Steven doing us the favor of bringing us on stream. I was adamant that it was not a favor. We'd been cast on an entertainment program, and we should be treated with dignity rather than be abused. I told her that this defense of him made her sound like Harvey Weinstein. Lav said that I needed to learn the difference between setting boundaries for myself and trying to control other people. I countered that any boundary that can be described in both ways, for example, I counter that any boundary can be described in both ways. For example, if I go over to someone's house, I have to be allowed to use the bathroom. If I'm not, then I don't want to be there. You could also frame that as me telling them how to run their household. I said I could live with Steven having an advantage in all discussions and having more sway over the audience, but not with him banning me and anyone who agrees with me from his subreddit, where issues and narratives are discussed more thoughtfully than on stream. I've been banned from his subreddit 2 days prior. Steven would later tell me that he didn't want me whipping up too much negative sentiment about him with my criticism that he was sanitizing Nick Fuentes. Lav countered that Steven doesn't care about any of that, and that I have to choose if I'm going to be his little monkey and dance for him. She told me he can't be trained to treat people well, and that I should let go of the idea that I can teach him how to be a good friend. The following day, Lav DM'd Steven. Lav, I didn't mean to talk shit about you. Just level with Max and find a middle ground. Steven, smiley face. Lav, I'm too baby for drama. Steven, you are driving me crazy, matey. Lav, am? Steven, yes. Lav, what did I do? I feel like I've been handling this well. Steven, smiley face. Steven, how you speak about me is insane, and to some extent how you speak about the community. Lav, I just watched what you said about me on stream and I actually want to murder you. He said that she was childish and unempathetic. Steven, smiley face. Lav, can I come on? Steven, anytime. The resulting conversation will be uploaded to Steven's channel with the title Destiny Finally Takes Gloves Off. Debate ends in tears. Lav, the framing of this as drama has me stressed out. Steven, good, feel stressed, because you have no problem running your mouth on 15 other fucking channels about this quote unquote drama. Lav, when did I talk shit? What did I say? Steven, the way you characterize me as a blithering fucking moron. Oh, he just doesn't care about me. He's just being mean, and it's the whole reason his community hates me. You even said personally to me, you said that one phrase that I said to you was a big reason why you were getting Lav. It emboldens your community, which is just true. Steven, I've told you a million times what gets you the most hate, and I see it happening over and over and over and over again. Just a sticky noted over. The conversation, let me say it real quick, real quick. Lav, no, 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 no. Because here's the problem. You think that I'm counting every single bit of criticism or everything about me on your subreddit as misogyny. And I've repeatedly said I don't think that's the case. I think that 80% of it is probably pretty constructive. A lot of people are mostly just giving me feedback on how to have winning debates or how to talk smoother or how to be more logical, right? That's fine. Even if they say it in a mean way, that's fine. Steven, okay, that's great that you're saying this right now. But when you're on other platforms, you're saying things like, oh, well, his audience has a lot of groypers in it. My audience has a lot of groypers in it. What a weird statement to say. You spend more time on alt-right groyper platforms than I do. Do you understand that? Groypers are followers of right-wing supremacist Nick Fuentes. Lav was referring to the undeniable influx of Fuentes fans into Steven's subreddit as a result of Steven's friendly streams with him. Steven's counter is to set up yet another zero-sum game by pointing out that Lav hangs out with groypers too. I noticed that. It didn't really make any sense, but Lav. Okay, Steven, sure, but I'm not interacting with as many males as you, first of all. So I think in a space that is dominated mostly by males, there's going to be a little bit of misogyny that's bred more than if it's an all-female space. Steven, okay, you've totally pivoted away from the original claim, but go ahead. Lav. You didn't let me fucking finish. First of all, so even if 80% of the criticism is valid, 20% of it is so fucking loud. And they're posting pictures of me without my makeup on. They're telling me to get back to sex work, that I should just shut my fucking mouth. Stephen countered that the ugliest comments about Lav are on Twitter, which he can't control and which shouldn't reflect on him or his community. She argued against his framing that he was trying to hold him accountable for anything, and explained that she was instead trying to express how it felt to have him refuse to protect her. Lav. I'm having a really hard time coming to grips with the fact that I've been stupid online. I think it's a lot all at once to have so many people hate me, which isn't about you. That's obviously very much about me. I really am grateful to you for spending this time with me on stream because it's great for business, right? But I also didn't know what I was really getting into. And then when it turned out it was bad, it's upsetting for so many people to pick me apart constantly. And I think that you're used to that because you've had this platform for so long. I'm still sort of just, this is my first little dip, my first toe dip in it. And so I wish that you'd, she trailed off, almost crying. Lav, I'm not going to be another girl that cries on your stream. Holy shit. So I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt because I felt like not only was your community painting me this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and affirming that it's true, that I'm just a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing. Which hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's open season basically. Because Steven is telling us that it's okay to do this. That hurts me a lot. So then I have to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid, but I just might have to take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can change his mind. I can change him. I was just like, I just think it's healthier for me if I don't involve myself in this or just like cool it down. I've been trying not to give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot and I know that your audience is giving you a lot. And I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to give you space, but then Steven, you've been shit talking me on like every platform you've been going on. Lab, I didn't shit talk you, Steven. Steven, you wouldn't say the conversation you had with Max, you don't think that was shitting on me a little bit, or the conversation with Brittany and Erudite, you wouldn't say that that was shitting on me a little bit. You want to watch those clips together? We can go over it if you think it. We can go over if we think that is or not. Lab. This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you, but I think in a way that was productive that humanized you, so it doesn't seem as bad to me. Steven, I don't know what that sentence meant. Lab. I wasn't painting you as evil. Steven, you're painting me as uncharitable and dishonest, which is like the worst things. I would rather somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty and my charitability are the two things that I've extended the most to you and to other people in general. Steven, so when you say things like, why do you pretend your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? What is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. Lav, it's not just a few people, it's enough, Steven. And then when you say later, you said you handled everything incorrectly, that implies that there is some level of blame that I have there. Lav, I think I moved in the week since it happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was asking for special treatment, and I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm sort of just dealing with the bed that I shit in. And yeah, I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think that there's I think that they're certainly there, and I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious. Stephen, I understand the things you're saying. It all feels like placating to me. Because when you were talking to Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever. And you're like, oh well, no well, he shouldn't even try we shouldn't even try to change him. Like that's just the way he is. And I can't interact with that anymore. Lav. So no. So I still feel the same way. So I think I can love you from like here. But knowing that if I interact with you in that way, I'm gonna get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Steven, interact with me in what way? Lav, if I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to treat me with kid gloves anymore. Steven, you're really good at this, okay? But I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay? There's implication that you were talking about me like a butterfly that you can't reach, and you have to let it flap its wings in the wind. I agree with Steven here. Lav was placating him, but she didn't have much of a choice. Steven hates being placated, yes, but he also can't tolerate being criticized. When Lav did one, he demanded she switch to the other. Lav, I said that you struggled interpersonally. I said that you had to detach. Steven, you said that you didn't feel like you wanted to teach me how to treat you properly. The implication of that is so much more negative and vitriolic than you're giving it credit for. The implication was that I'm this monster that can't even be trained to treat a woman properly on stream. Lav, well, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. Steven, that's what you implied. And that probably is what you meant. Steven, you're like, I don't really want to be friends with Steven because I don't think he knows how to treat people properly. I'm not going to train anybody how to treat me well. I think you shouldn't be friends with him either. Lav, I never said that you and Max should not be friends. I said that he should let go. Steven, what does that mean? I don't think that you get it because you have a very detached attachment style. I don't think that you understand what anxious attachment is or what it feels like, and that's fine. Steven, no, in this conversation right now, Lav, Steven, are you really going to tell me that you don't struggle interpersonally? Steven, no, I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't. Lav, that's a fucking joke. Steven, it's not a joke. I don't. Lav, you have you have feuded and fought with everyone in all fucking corners of the fucking internet, Steven. Steven, yeah, and I can tell you exactly why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me. Lav, there's always a reason. There's always a reason. It's always someone else. It's never you. Steven, hold on. That's not true. I have a super aggressive personality. There's a lot of reasons why people don't like me. But I know that. I'm not confused. I'm never on stream trying to figure out, like, I don't know why they're treating me that way. Lav, but I can't bring up those reasons? Steven, you could. Or are you bringing up those reasons? Because 5 seconds ago you were trying to say that it wasn't about me, that it was about Max. But now that I'm willing to admit, of course, yeah, I'm an asshole. Now you want to make it about me? Or which one is it? I can't tell. You're changing positions in real time. You've got the Thanos ring. Reality is whatever I want it to be. Lab, I think that I've done a fine job recognizing why you're hurt. And you still are making me like this. You're like painting me as this villain, like manipulative and Steven, because you kind of are acting like a villain. Yes. But I'm gonna give you the final word because I have to leave. Lav, I think that's an unfair characterization, but I don't know what else to say because I want to have a productive conversation. It doesn't feel very productive. Steven, it doesn't feel very productive because I'm not just acquiescing to everything you're saying. Like going, yeah, true, I agree, I agree, I agree. It feels unproductive because I'm giving you pushback. You probably don't get it very much. That would be my guess. Lav, I get it. I get it enough. It just sucks when I'm trying to be vulnerable to you and you're painting everything that I'm doing maybe messily as like intentional. Steven, no, hold on. You're not being vulnerable to me. You're giving me excuses, rationalizations, and justifications for everything you've done. Lav, maybe my people skills fucking suck then, but for you to be painting me, Steven sighed dramatically. Lav, dude, and even the way you're talking to me now, I don't know how to ask for what I want from you. Steven, okay, talk anytime you want, off stream or on stream, whatever you want to do. I need to go. Crying, Lav left the call. Steven, Jesus, holy fuck. Her and Max are like the two most mindfucky people to navigate conversations with. It's actually insane. Jesus. That day, I watched this stream with Shaylin on our living room TV. Near the end, Shaylin started crying and said, "This is the first time I've seen his face close up like this. I've never been able to see how sad he is." The following morning, October 24th, Steven streamed his reaction to a clip of a conversation between Lav and Brittany Simon, another fellow Destiny orbiter. In the clip, Lav said that because she has a propensity to self abandon, the criticism on Destiny subreddit hits particularly hard. Brittany, who said she has borderline personality disorder, agreed. Stephen went on a rant about what he perceived as Lav's tendency to blame her psychological problems on others. Stop externalizing everything to things that are in your fucking head. Fix it. Figure it out. The uses of psychology language to everything is so fucking grating. Kill me. I have the propensity to self abandon. Shut the no, fix it, do something. What? Just stop. Stop using these words. I have an anxious attachment style. Who cares? Fix it. Do something about it. Oh, this is my blame box. Oh, did you just say I'm blah blah blah? Well, here's my attachment style. Oh, did you say blah blah blah? Well, I have OCD. Oh, did you say blah blah blah? No, that's who you are. Do something about it. Lav and Max are both incredibly adept at gaslighting and Darvoing. They're both so fucking good at it. Lav not as much. Max is very good. Darvo is when you basically flip the script and you make the other person feel bad when you should probably be the one that feels bad. It stands for deny, attack, and reverse the victim and offender. If you ever feel like you're in a personal relationship with somebody and you feel bad a lot, and every time you try to confront them about making you feel bad, somehow by the end of the conversation, you're always the one that's in the wrong. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're doing that, and you could actually be in the wrong and you're fucked up. But that should be a key to you that something needs to change about your interactions with that person. There's some people in life that are really, really, really. I did this a lot. I still do it sometimes to Mel. I love you, Mel. There are some people that are so good at navigating conversations and making it so that you're the problem, even though it's their fault. I find if you find somebody that does that to you over and over and over again, you need to take a step back and say, okay, am I actually a terrible fucking person, or does this motherfucker flip the script on me constantly? Always be careful of that. Always, always, always be careful of that. About 10 minutes later, Lav DM Steven. I don't know if she was watching Steven's stream live, but it's more likely that one of their mutual fans told her that he was criticizing her. My own fans notify me whenever anyone prominent talks about me, supposedly to be helpful, but probably also to stir up conflict. Steven is well aware of this dynamic, as it goes both ways. If you talk about him, he will know almost immediately. Lav, hey, I'd like to talk off stream. I don't want to stress you out. Doesn't need to happen immediately, just whenever you have a free night. Steven, yeah, sure thing. I'm free tonight or tomorrow night if you want, matey. Lav, tonight works. What time do you end stream again? Sorry, I always forget. I definitely want to milk you. Steven, smiley face. Lav, I appreciate you saying I'm not dumb. I don't appreciate you calling me an abuser. Christ almighty. That night things came to a head in a stream that would later be titled Abra Confronts Destiny. Triggers Meltdown, 13-person debate, Civil War. I had plans to speak with Steven about the power dynamics in his relationships with his orbiters, but I joined because I saw Lav getting dogpiled in a discussion about how dumb she is. Steven, ostensibly defending her from Abba, said, I would say that Sneeko does worse than Lav because at least at the end of the day, Lav is like, yeah, maybe I'm dumb, and maybe I'm not thinking this through, and maybe I'm too aggressive, and at least she'll admit it, even though I feel like it might be kind of a half cope. But Sneeko wouldn't say that at all. Lav, having just joined the call, tried to interject while Abba talked over her. If Lav is saying I'm compromised in some kind of way, I need attention or whatever the fuck it is that she's saying, compelling her to do this stuff. Okay, there's no point in having these discussions because even if you do prove her wrong, well then she says I'm confused. Lav said, "You'd rather me not acknowledge that I have shortcomings?" Abba replied, "I would rather you not have conversations if you don't think." Steven said, "For you, it sounds like you're taking accountability by saying I don't know, but for Abba, it feels like that's a way of avoiding accountability by making extreme statements and then saying I don't know." Um, Lav, sure, but do you know how inhuman it is for a person to, in the middle of a conversation, be like, "Oh my gosh, you're so right. I'm so wrong. That's not normal." Me, Lav, don't let them Mott and Bailey you. Abba said that you don't think when you talk. That's what you're responding to. Don't let Steven slip in some charitable sounding bullshit that you can respond to instead. After she continued to defend herself, I said, Lav, I think you should reject the premise that your character is on trial and that your characters on trial and that it's acceptable for Abbott to come in and just start criticizing you. I think even by responding to his criticisms, it's a weird situation where it's like everybody who has an opinion on whether Lav is full of shit should just come in and start talking about it. Abbott left and we talked about our grievances with Steven. Lav said she wished she'd expressed public remorse about calling her a dumb bitch, and he said he never would. Lav, if you looked at your chat after that, or if you looked at your subreddit after that, it was like pages and pages of people just repeating dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, which is like, okay, at some point, yeah, you're allowed to respond that way to me. But when it just becomes an echo chamber of everyone who wants to in group signal about hating me, that just becomes a little masturbatory. And I don't think that you should allow something like that. Steven, I mean, everybody already hates you on my subreddit. So I don't think that changed things much. So I don't think that changed things much. So, Lab, I definitely saw a difference. Me, Lav calling Cherry a dumb bitch doesn't have the same effect as you calling a Lav a dumb bitch because you have way, way more power than her. Steven, I don't care. If somebody's going to come onto my stream, me, I know that's my whole problem. Steven, no, 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 no. Hold on. If you think you care about that, then you're engaging in a social dynamic that's unsustainable and is never going to be agreed to by anybody else in any other circumstance ever. If you want to come and engage on my platform, you're totally welcome to do so. But I'm not going to let you get away with markedly worse behavior because you're a smaller person. In the way in the way earlier that you said that I tried to discredit Lab by calling her irrational, you're trying to baby her by saying she's a small streamer. So of course she can act in that way. She's just a small streamer. Me, no. Steven, yeah, that is exactly what you said. Now if you want to restate what you said, that's fine. Hold on. No, 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 no. You can't just say no. You didn't just say that. You exactly said, let me repeat verbatim. You said Destiny. When you call Lav this name, it is a much different effect than when Lav calls Sherry that name. You're arguing for a different type of treatment because of the size or reputation of the two figures. And I'm telling you that that is something, I'm telling you that I think you're abdicating your responsibility. So Lav doesn't have that responsibility. Why? Me. Because you are in charge of the community. They're all your fans. It's playing to a much larger audience of your fans than anybody else's. Steven, it doesn't matter. Lav is still contributing to the community in that conversation the same way that I am. Me. She is, but there's a different effect. When you call someone a dumb bitch, it has a way different effect on the person you're saying it to than it does when she says it. You're like Superman, and you're like fighting a normal person. You think the normal rules should apply to you, but I don't agree. Brittany, why? Is it because he has more subscribers, or because he's a man? Because he's smarter than her? Why? Lav, it's his platform. Me, I don't think Steven is smarter than Lav. Lav, thank you. Me, I don't think Lav's smarter than Steven. I don't agree to the narrative that Lav is dumb. Steven and Lav are both very intelligent people. Steven, okay, that's because Max is going to have some incredibly esoteric definition of dumb. Do you think that she's going to be smarter when she's 30 years old than she is now, or would you say not, or would you not say smarter? Lav, I would hope so. Me, Lav is going to be smarter? I don't know. She'll be wiser. Steven, okay, I just want to get it out there that you're totally randomly using words, but okay, go for it. Now make your point. Me, I'm not randomly using words. I'm saying that I think if you both took an IQ test, I think maybe you would. Steven, no one here is talking about IQ tests, and she's got Ashkenazi fucking Jewish blood, so it's not fair to compare us, okay? I'm working on some Hispanic shit. I'm literally debuffed at birth. Lav, I'm half Mexican. Brittany, it sounds to me, Max. It sounds to me, Max and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're trying to make the argument that Steven's positioning plus puts Lav at a disadvantage. So he has to act accordingly. So Lav doesn't get thrown under the bus. But again, that puts the responsibility on who? Steven. Taking the responsibility away from who? Lav. Me. No, that's not what I'm saying. Steven in some ways is our boss. Brittany, what the fuck? Speak for yourself, no? Me. Steven is our boss, and he's also our friend, but he's our boss. And that creates a lot of weird social dynamics because he's not just the boss of when you can come on a stream and make money and grow your platform. He's the boss of you that way, but he's also in charge of the community's narrative about you. He controls what people think of you to a large degree. So if you're having a conversation with Steven offline and he calls you a dumb bitch and you call him a dumb bitch, then yeah, blows are exchanged. Nothing happens. But it's like the fucking president calling you a dumb bitch when he calls you a dumb bitch on stream. The community of people, this very large community who are very attached to Steven and his beliefs and the way he sees things, it changes your public existence when he says something like that. Me. I think that part of Steven's appeal is that he's not responsible. I think people like that about him. People like that he will have chicken and waffles with Fuentes, and then I play the opposite character saying, "Oh, shaking my finger. You shouldn't be doing this." I think people like that he will defend saying the N word. I think people like that he'll make the comments about the dipshit protesters. People like watching him fly off the handle and watching him do things that other creators will call irresponsible, and he usually has a defense for it, an explanation that is consistent with his views on this. However, I think I'm asking him to be more responsible now with this topic. I think that he is irresponsible. When he talks to you like you're equals and attacks you as you would an equal when you're not. Brittany Simon. In what way aren't they equal? Talk to me like I'm stupid. I don't get it. Lav. So it's in the eyes of the audience who see Steven as the person that they watch on stream every day, and we are like orbiters. Steven. I don't have that much sway necessarily over their opinions about you guys. If that was the case, Lav, my community, wouldn't shit on you relentlessly when I was unbelievably charitable to you for a long time. It seems like I have a negative reaction to you. Everything negative on the subreddit all of a sudden becomes my responsibility when it could have been anything that you could have possibly said. Can you take over? You're muted. Drowsy? You're muted.
You were on such a roll, I didn't want to stop you, but I wanted to ask you if you're okay with stopping for today and picking up and finishing this tomorrow. I'm very tired. I woke up at 8 or 9 p.m. yesterday. And this had to be a 2-day thing anyways. We got about 4 hours in. I think it's probably, judging from where we're at here, probably like 6 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe more.
Maybe. And I think my girlfriend's supposed to be here on 9:30ish, and it'll give me a little bit of time to get some rest before then. Oh, well,
Alright.
there's still a VOD, Jacob. Yeah, man, you fucking hella marathon that.
I don't even know how long I was reading for.
You were going. I wanted to stop like 10, 15 minutes ago, but I was like, Benny's on a roll, man. I wasn't gonna interrupt you to say it. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very sleepy. And if this was just the original one, Original size probably could have done it. Benny does stream. Uh, uh, Benny, if you want to hop into my stream real quick and drop your actual links so that people can click it and follow you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that a lot, Jacob. Thank you. We're gonna pick this up tomorrow. I'll hit you up later tonight to set up a time, and then I'll tweet that out. If you guys don't follow me on Twitter, it's Elderdrazi. You can find me. There you go. Sick. And I'll also copy your link. So this is part 1. I was gonna do the whole thing, but it literally doubled in size since I said I was gonna do it in one stream. So it's gonna be 2 streams. Did you want to say anything before we end it
Um,
for today?
I think no, that's it. That's it.
Okay, it's funny. It's like a novelization of all the stuff we watched for the last like 5 months.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it does. It has a little bit of a different weight. Certain things hit harder.
Mhm.
Through this format. So I think he's right. There's something more powerful about something that you can't like argue with. It's just like on paper, and you just have to like read it. If you disagree, you just all you can really do is just keep reading.
Mhm. What one thing that I will say is throughout this laugh section, I've seen multiple times. I didn't talk about them while I was reading it or while you were reading it, but I've seen multiple times where Destiny would like reframe what somebody said into something different, and then they'd start arguing that new thing that he reframed it as. And I don't know if he does it purposefully or if it happens by accident, but I have seen it happen a few times. And I
I
think he's so
noticed that
rhetorically
too.
effective that they just kind of don't even really know how to interact with it.
I would probably wager that if like Destiny's been doing this for a long time, if you get stuck on anything in a conversation, um, you're just gonna immediately have those like muscle memory functions to like shift things over and to keep it moving in the way that you want it to, because that's what you do in a debate to be successful. So if I was betting, I'd just say that it's just like a natural like force of habit.
Yeah, probably.
Because I've had that happen to me in debates, and I know that I've done it when I've debated people and not really noticed it on either end when it's happening. Sometimes when it's smooth, it just hits and it goes. Like you don't really have time to reflect because you're just rolling along.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's different when it's in writing.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, all right, buddy, and everybody who came to listen, I appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll finish this, and then give me like a day or two, and I'll have all of this edited without any commentary. You'll still be able to watch the VOD where we talk about it too. But I'll have it all just us reading, and then you can put it at like 2 times and get it in half the time. And follow Benny, like 100%. Benny is fantastic. If you haven't seen him on the hotline or the interrogation panel or my panel where we discuss the use of the word retard, Benny's always been fantastic every time I've seen him on camera. And I really appreciate you agreeing to do this with me. This has been much easier not having to like 100% be reading all the time. And like I said last time, you probably read for like a half hour plus straight.
Hmm.
You the man, Benny.
Yeah, it'd be a nightmare trying to read all of this by. That would be horrible.
Yeah, after so long, it's you start fucking up and making mistakes and stuff. I'd say we're about uh like either like a third or 2/5 of the way through. But I'll have a lot more energy tomorrow because I'll be rested. This just sort of got thrown at me today, and I'm tired. This is me calling it, not Benny. Uh, but I hope you'll be back tomorrow, everybody who's watching, and we'll get through the rest of this article, and then we can deal with all the other streams that come as a result of this.
Yep.
All right. Have a good night, Benny. I'll talk to you when I wake up.
All right. Peace out.
Peace out.